Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians are proud to say, our sovereign border. Hail Nigeria, Egbefu, Naija. Hail Nigeria, Egbefu, Naija. Hail Nigeria, Egbefu, Naija. Hail Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You're welcome to our Sunday sermon this morning. I'm your host today. My name is Dupsy Baby. So we're always come here every Sunday morning to discuss different topics, and people come into the studio to give their own contribution as necessary. So the first topic we're going to go with this morning is, can a black man be friends with his ex? One man, good morning. Unmute.
Good morning to you, Dupsy. So, an interesting topic. This, in fact, a series of interesting topics. So, can a black man be friends with his ex? But really, can men be friends with their exes? But especially black men, given their lascivious sort of manner. But let's play a couple of video clips, and then you lead us in the direction that you want us to go. So, but let's watch these.
Thank you.
Have you ever wondered why some people can stay friends with an ex and other people can't? How some people can just ease into this easy platonic relationship with a person that they were romantically involved with, and why for others it's deeply painful and, if not chaotic, super toxic? I think there's a lot of reasons why this is. Some folks will say that this is merely, emotional maturity. And if you are both adults who are completely in charge of yourself, this shouldn't be an issue. And I get that. And I see the point of that. And I think for some of us, sometimes the people that we are attracted to are people who probably shouldn't have been our friends in the first place. That at best, as friends, they would have let us down, not been available for us, not been consistent for us. And so them being in a romantic partnership is going to be hell on wheels. So easing those type of relationships into friendships aren't going to work because it's broken from the start. And when you're a love addict, typically in a room of 100 people, you are going to pick the 1 or 2 or 5 people who will be unavailable for you. Chances are you're not going to pick the people who are really great at communication, the folks who are good at identifying their feelings, not projecting their feelings, people who are open for commitment and time.
All right, so Dupsy, that lady takes a sort of a middle of the road sort of stance on it, but the next clip takes a more frontal one on it. So let's play this.
The whole time we were together, he hung out with his ex over me and would sleep at her house. We broke up because he didn't want to stop being friends with her a few months later, and she's pregnant with his kid now. Wow, that I wasn't expecting that last line. That was a plot twist. If your boyfriend is best friends with his ex, that's a red flag. If that's the way your relationship is starting, girl, you got to get the f*** out of there. Run far away, because no, that's not okay. I understand wanting to be cool and be no, it's fine, be sure of yourself. I get the whole it's okay, you can be friends with your ex, I'm the cool girlfriend, I'm okay with it. But also you need to have boundaries and understand that is not chill, and there's something fishy going on there. That's just not normal. You can't be, sorry, maybe this is a hot take, this is just me. I just genuinely don't believe you can be best friends with an ex. You can be friends and you can be cordial, but being best friends with your ex and having sleepovers, come on. That's impossible. That's obviously going to bring back feelings, even if you don't want it to.
Yeah, good one man. So
all right, so there it is, Dupsy. There are more clips, but I think we get the general picture.
Yeah, we do. Yes. So ex for a man to be ex with his for a man to be friends with his ex. I don't know what kind of friendship. It depends. Maybe they talk once in a while on the phone. Probably they had something they're doing together, like a business. I'm not sure. Do you understand? But not like hanging out with each other or coming to your house to do like sleepover. That's called crossing the lines there. I don't support that one, man. But what and I won't say that the man should stop talking to that ex totally. Maybe once in a while. Maybe they ask each other questions. Maybe they clarify things with each other. Probably they do some things together. Not like hanging out or coming over to do sleepover in your house. I don't support all that. There should be, some kind of boundaries, like the girl said in that video. So I don't think that is even something debatable, talking about a man always hanging out with his ex. Then why don't you be with that ex? Why did you leave her in the first place? But when a woman now says, totally, you should stop talking to your ex, I don't think that's right as well. Maybe once in a while is okay. Not like you should stop talking to that person. Not you shouldn't ever talk to that, or you should delete that person's phone number from your phone. That's going to the extreme. But another thing is when the man doesn't know the boundaries in the relationship too. That when you want to hang out all the time with your ex, or when you want your ex to come for sleepover in your house, I don't think that's right too. One man, what do you think?
I think it's a very complex situation. There are two scenarios. If there are children between you and that ex, then it becomes more complex. But if there are no children, then it becomes more nuanced. So let's go first with scenarios where there are no children. So let's say, for instance, that relationship lasted 3-4 years. They broke up, and then there was a period, and then you became their partner, and then that your relationship progresses into a marriage, etc., etc. But there's still an established friendship there. Maybe they share common interest. So, I mean, what is the objection to them going to lunch, to whatever? So they dated 3-4 years. He met you about 18 months after that relationship broke up, but they still have an established relationship. So is it not indicative somewhat of an insecurity in your own relationship that you are insisting that they cannot have a platonic relationship?
So one man, I don't. If there are kids involved, just like the way you say, yes, I understand that word, and that won't even be like all the time. But when there's no kids involved, there will be some kind of insecurity, as you said, for that new woman in that relationship. I don't think any woman will like it when you're so close with your ex and you talk to her all the time, you hang out with her all the time, and I don't think that's necessary at all. But when kids are involved, yes, I agree. I think there should be some kind of conversation when you go into relationship with that kind of a man that is not single in that sense, that has some kids with some other woman. Then you should be able to have the clarity on that. That what actually do you want to do when the times that you want to see your children. There should be a very good conversation regarding that before you even go into that relationship too. So there will be some kind of clarity to that. A woman.
Do you think that with that to extend that logic, does that logic also extend to your partner not being friends with any females at all? Do you have an objection?
No,
Would you object to your partner being friends with an attractive young female? Not you
no, I don't.
specifically, but yeah.
No. Yeah, my own opinion. I wouldn't, because I've got male friends too. So I'm not sure that I will be able to say to my husband that you can't have friends with attractive females. The kind of job my husband do is not possible for him not to have friends with attractive females. He has friends with very beautiful girls. Do you understand? But there's always, limitation to that too. It's not as if they call each other all the time or, every second. No, no, no. They don't. but he's got friends like that, and I've got male friends as well. So there's always boundaries in that kind of relationship when you've got for your own friends and your husband has got some girls, very attractive girls that he's friends with. So there should be some kind of boundaries. Woman, do you understand? So you cannot just be like a narcissistic person that says that my spouse cannot have friends with the opposite sex. I don't support that. But there should be some kind of respect and boundaries. When you're matured and you know what you're doing, I don't think there should be any kind of problem when you have a friend as an opposite sex in your relationship, because you know your limits already. How can I be on the bed with my husband and my male, friend will be calling me, they will be talking away, gisting away? It's not going to happen. And my husband won't do that to me too. Woman, do you understand that?
I understand that, but I don't understand the distinction between that and your partner being friends with your ex. Because the ex is already in the past tense. So if you don't have issues with the partner having relationships with attractive female, then surely the ex as well should count.
Yeah, woman. It depends on what that man does and what the woman does as well. Because you can't automatically say you can have relationship with, attractive male or female. But when it comes to ex, there should be, even I can't even say that my husband shouldn't have his ex's phone number or something on his phone. It doesn't matter to me, as long as there's some kind of limitations to that and some kind of boundaries. Then it's okay. So, I should be able to feel confident in my relationship, not looking at my back or over my shoulder all the time that maybe my husband is talking to an ex or some attractive female somewhere. I should be able to have that confidence that there is nothing that is happening. They are just friends. Do you understand, woman? Yeah. Woman.
All right, we've got Adama joining us. I'm not quite sure how much of that she caught or if she has any thoughts on it.
Okay.
There's somewhat of a double standard in Dups's narrative. Adama,
Double standard.
she's happy with her partner going on dates with supermodels, but not with
I didn't say dates. One man, you didn't say dates. You said friends. One man, you lied too much. You said friends. You didn't say date too. You didn't say dates. You said friends. One man. Adama, my sister, good morning, Jare. My
good morning, Miss Dupsy. Good morning.
Don't mind one man. No, he's just lying on me. I said maybe they can be friends with, attractive female. Not that there should be boundaries. That's what I said. Don't mind one man. Adama, let me hear your perspective on this. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a man who is married or in a relationship having female friends. Same thing with a woman. I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman who is married or in a relationship having male friends. So long as there's boundaries, you know what you're doing. Don't get carried away. Boundaries meaning you know what kind of friendship you have with that person. If, like Ms. Dupsy said, if her husband, she said the kind of job he does, he has to be around females. And I don't have a problem with that. My man can have all the female friend he wants to, so long as he respects himself and know what he's doing. I'm all for it.
Thank you, Jare Adama. I know you always support.
Yeah, but we were also talking about because we painted the scenario, Adama, that so the relationship lasted about 3-4 years, and then there was a fallow period of about 18 months. And then after that 18 months, the guy then meets you, and then you are in a deep, lasting relationship that leads to marriage, but it's maintained some sort of friendship with that ex-girlfriend. Are you comfortable with that friendship carrying on, and now you are in a relationship with him?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable, because if you really wanted her, why did you marry me? So why are you guys that close? Why are you guys like, what is it about her that makes you go back? So I don't need to be in the picture. If you really want something, I'm a strong believer of allowing people to do whatever they want. But there are consequences to every choices we make, both good and bad. If she is all that, or there's something you feel I'm not giving you, and she does, we don't need to be together. So go to her, and I'm willing to walk away. I'll walk away.
Adama, I think you're looking at it from an emotional. It's not necessarily. Let's say, for instance, they share a common interest in supporting Arsenal, for instance, and they like to go watch games together. So are you?
Woman,
And you don't like football. So I'm not sure. Would you allow them to go watch games together on a platonic sort of
you said this is an ex.
outing,
Okay, let me ask you
or
something. You said it's an ex, right?
or are
How
you
would the man
that
feel? Yeah, how would the man
insecure?
feel?
You cannot trust your man to be out of your company.
No. It's not about feeling insecure that I cannot trust him to be in my company. My thing is, how would he feel if my ex was to ask me to go watch a football game with him? If he will be okay with it, he
It's
should.
different rules, isn't it?
Oh,
It's different rules from yours. It's different rules now.
well, man, you know what you're trying to do? You want to eat your cake and have it at the same time. You can't. It's not being emotionally attached. If my man is not okay with me communicating with my ex or hanging out with him, why should I be okay with him doing the same thing? It's called respect.
Well, it's called trust, really. But Dupsy Bolaji joins us. I think this is
Yeah,
our first time here.
yeah. Bolaji is my niece. Yeah,
Oh,
so
right.
she's here
Okay.
to, yeah.
Hello,
Bolaji.
everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us, BJ.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming into the studio. Did
Yes.
you hear the topic?
No, I just got in.
Okay,
Please, can
so
you?
we're discussing about men have been friends with their ex. So,
Okay.
like your boyfriend, if he's friends with his ex, what would be your reaction to that? That's what we're discussing.
If the person is my partner,
Yeah.
I won't be happy about that. I won't be
Okay.
I won't be so happy. So and
Why?
it's disrespectful to your partner to be friends with your ex, first of all, even if you are not married. Even if you are
Okay.
not married, even if you are just dating. I'm not married, so I'll be speaking from the point of view of a relationship, a very serious relationship. It's very disrespectful to be friends with your ex, a man or a woman, anyway, both genders. It's very disrespectful. And
But BJ, is it that you're saying that you don't have male friends as you are now?
I have a male friend. I have a male
Yeah.
friend, but we have boundaries. There are boundaries.
Yeah,
in
that's
life.
what that's what you should say. That there should be boundaries, even if your boyfriend wants to be friends with his ex. Not that they'll be
Boundaries.
talking on the phone all the time
No.
anything.
No. There should
So
be
you do-
boundaries.
Aha.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
That's
too.
my point of view.
Yeah, there should be boundaries.
Yeah.
One man, can you hear that, Adama?
Yeah, where does
So
that
Adama
boundary
is saying
extend
that.
to?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
what I'm
one
saying
man-
is exactly
yeah.
what she just said.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with both sex having a male having a female friend, whether he's married or single in a relationship. Like what she just stated is what I said. There should be boundaries.
Yeah.
There should be boundaries. That's
I
all. It's called
support that.
respect. It's
So
called respect.
what's the limit to this boundary? Is it that the girl can call at any time, or the guy can call the girl at any time, or maybe they call once in a while? What do you guys say to that? I want to hear Adama first before Bolaji. Adama, go
Okay,
ahead.
this is my thing. Okay. If you have a child together, obviously that woman is going to be in your relationship or your marriage with this person. If you have a child, let me give you two sides, like what man did. If it's someone you have a child with, she can come at any time. But at the same time, I've seen women abuse it in a way. They have a kid with someone, and that man has moved on, he's married, and they'll make all kinds of excuses just to call him using the child as a pawn. That's different. They have a child together. But if you don't have a child together, or she calls once in a while to check on him, he calls once in a while to check on him. Personally, why are you guys checking on each other? That's my question. You don't need to
sorry,
check on him.
Yeah.
sorry, Dopsy. Let me just insert
Yeah.
this. I know Bolaji is waiting to come in as well. So,
Yeah.
which scenario do you think your relationship is more vulnerable to? An ex that has a child with your partner,
Mhm.
or an ex that does not have a child with your partner. So, which one of those two scenarios do you think your relationship is more vulnerable to?
An ex that has a partner with a child. That's the height of it. I didn't even think about that an ex can have it. I've forgotten that okay, there'll be baby mothers and there'll be baby fathers involved when it comes to your ex.
Mhm.
When Adama pointed that out, I'm like, oh wow, that's true. That's another. And before you enter that situation, you have to have boundaries, have that conversation with the baby mother, with the baby father, and your partner. How are we going to be communicating? How are we going to be moving forward? It's not just that the man or the woman will be calling anytime. They have to know that this person, I'm going to be with this person for the rest of my life, and you have to cooperate with me, and they have to cooperate with each other. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do, Balaji.
Yeah.
So there should be some kind of conversation in the beginning
Conversation.
of
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
relationship.
but which of the two situations do you think you're more vulnerable to? Are you more vulnerable to losing your are you more vulnerable to losing your partner to your ex that is his baby mama, or some ex that they just had a relationship but there's no child in between them? So which one is the more danger zone?
The danger zone is having a baby mother and a baby father. That's the danger zone. That's the danger zone.
For me, I'll
So
say
you-
both.
Both? No.
Yes, I'll
The
say
child is
both.
involved. The child is involved already. That's even a red
No,
flag on its own for me.
yes, I'll say both. Let me say why I said both. One man
Okay.
said something. He said, if it's someone you know, they don't have a child. Now I'm speaking of the lady that don't have a child with my man. And they stay in communication. They do a lot of things together. They go out. They spend time with each other. Chances are feelings are going to start coming in. Then let's pick on the woman that has a child with him. He was always, oh, the child. I understand there's a child involved. Then she starts reminiscing or start remembering how they were so good together. We can still make this work. And it's both. So I see both.
Okay. So BJ is saying that the lady with a child, right? But
Yeah.
Adam is saying both.
Are you more vulnerable to that situation you described, Adam, if there is no child between you? So he has a baby mama outside, it's in a relationship with you, but there's no child between you. So are you more vulnerable to that baby mama sort of space?
I'm okay if you have a baby mama and that's why I said this a prior conversation you need to have with your baby mom. There is something called common sense. Just because you had a child with a man and there's an emergency, as a woman, you can take care of it on your own. Do not call unnecessary just because you want him. There are women who are petty like that. They will call for everything. Everything, like the child cough. Oh, let me call your dad. You're coughing. You want to go spend some time with your dad? That doesn't make sense. So I think sometimes these baby mamas, they weaponize, they have a child with that person to just disrupt your life.
But you have to be able to make a choice before going into
Yes,
kind of,
you have to.
Because
and if you love that person, if you have, and look at it, if you're dealing with a man who has 3 kids, of course, those kids are part of your life.
Yeah.
It's just that, like Ms. Dupsy said, and Ms. Bolaji said, there have to be boundaries. Boundaries are laid in that. So now, one man, let me put a spin on what we're saying. It's just like Facebook. To me, Facebook is like Nigerian eHarmony, African eHarmony, where people connect together. You see people connecting with high school, college buddies. They're liking all everybody's pictures. You're communicating with who. including women. Women are so into it than men. Then I'm asking myself, why are you still invested in Facebook with someone who lives how many miles, how many continents, why? So ask yourself, why do women engage in this kind of conversation, or I'll call it, will I say, an emotional relationship? They go online, they'll like every picture of this man. So woman, what do you say to that? If you're on Facebook, you know what I'm talking about. I personally, I'm not on Facebook because I don't have that time.
So
know
I
that
don't
I
understand. Is it that they just like a picture of a random man or a man they're dating?
They start connecting with people they went to school with. They keep up with everything that
I
person
can't
is
stand
doing.
that. No.
God bless
I know
you.
what
I
you're
thought I'm
talking
just
about.
the only one. I
can't
thought
stand
I'm
it.
the only
I'm not
one.
even in any WhatsApp group with all my old
I hate the WhatsApp.
Oh,
The WhatsApp one is the one that drives me crazy.
I don't like
I hate anything chat. If I can talk to you, I'm not a big on chat. If I can talk to you, like hear your voice, I'm not a chat person. So I don't know. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, one man. A lot of our women, including men, but I'll say more on the women, they will go and connect. Oh, we went to school together. Oh, he was my friend in college. And they'll start having all this relationship that makes
and
no
that's
sense.
even immature, in my opinion,
Yes.
Adama. That's why I say you have to have a level of maturity before engaging in this thing called marriage. You have to be a very matured person, and you have to be mentally and psychologically ready for it. Are you ready before you get entangled to somebody? So there are a lot of immature people in marriages. So if you're that immature, do not go into that thing called marriage, because it requires two matured people. It's not for babies at all. So if you want to go around on Facebook liking your old boyfriend's picture or your ex's picture, then you're not even matured for that thing called marriage. So I have one of my ex on my Facebook, and this guy is a very cool guy. He stays mute, never liked my picture, never commented. That's the only person that is on my Facebook page that is my ex, because I know him. He respects himself so much. So I can't allow a loud ex on any of my social media thing, because if you like my picture all the time, it's disrespectful to my spouse. I don't want you. So I know this particular person. He stayed mute. He doesn't say anything to me. He doesn't like my. It's just there. So I know his character before I accepted him as a friend on my Facebook page. So that is, if you know that person is going to be disrespectful to you or your partner, do not have that kind of a person as a friend on your social media space. BJ,
Adama,
let me hear you.
Adama and Nancy, I feel like maturity is relative too.
Yeah, just say Adama. Just say Adama. Adama is easy. Or Dr. Adama. Okay, the doctor. Yeah. She's a doctor.
Okay. I feel like maturity is relative. Like my partner, I'm not married. I've never been married. I still date. My partner, even if I'm in a relationship, if my partner likes or comments, I don't care. That's not I don't care for things like that. I just keep it moving and keep it pushing. I don't invest in things like that. But when it comes to disrespect, there's some disrespect I can't take. But when it comes to commenting and liking, and that's not my thing. That's not something I pay attention to. It's a waste of headspace. I just move on and keep it pushing. And respect is that's not my kind of thing.
Sorry, BJ. Maybe you should invest some headspace in that.
In that, why?
Yeah, because if your partner is it's okay to and that's an interesting perspective that Adama brought in. Yeah. But if your partner is liking, it's okay to like the occasional, maybe a naming ceremony and then that picture liked, or a wedding that.
Yeah, there are basic things.
Yeah, but if some pretty picture of some ex schoolmate, he's scrolling through her pictures and liking everything, then surely that's a red flag.
So me myself, I see that picture is pretty. I see the picture is pretty. The woman is pretty. If I like it, so it's not something I pay attention to. If the picture is pretty, no problem. But if it's, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. We are different. We are different people. if the picture is pretty, the picture is sexy, it's fine. I like him myself. I don't pay attention to things like that, like liking, commenting. I don't. That's not my kind of disrespect. That's not my kind of.
So if your partner is scrolling through the profile of an ex-schoolmate,
in my
and
presence, in my presence, in my presence.
well, not even in your presence, but you come across that he has been doing that, and he's putting all this love hearts on a picture,
Okay, that's extreme. That's
and typing
extreme.
"fine girl."
Yeah, that's
It's not
extreme. That's extreme. That's an extremity. But when it comes to just liking, you know, I know that's very basic. But when it comes to commenting over and over and over again, there can be a one-time thing, and you know, just casual. But if it's over and that, then that's where I draw the line. That's disrespectful to me. But when it comes to like something very flimsy, then I don't pay attention to things like that.
No,
So
go ahead.
Adama, go ahead. No,
but
go
what
ahead,
she's saying
Adama.
is true. There are different breeds. There are women who don't, you know. But at the same time, when one man threw this spin on it and said he's loving it and saying all this comment, you would be surprised what happened at Facebook. You will be surprised. There's hookup. They know every schedule of this person. I have 4 brothers. I'm telling you, I have 4 brothers. And when my brother showed me a text message, this woman is married. She is married. And I know her husband. They are both, you know, professionals, doctors. And she has a thing. She and my brother, she's always loved my brother. Up to today, she stays in contact with him. Do you understand what I'm saying, one man? So, like Ms. Dupsy said, marriage is not for everybody. And a lot of our men, when they come home, they don't know how to deal with their women emotionally. They're checked out. We have women who are overworked, men who are overworked. They don't know how to make our time for their partner. We're so busy doing all these things, but you don't have time for yourself. Then you ask yourself, what are you? It's like they become roommates. You're talking to someone, they're always on their phone scrolling, or you're telling someone something, and all they keep saying to you, okay. What are you? You're not even engaged in the conversation. So you start to ask this question, why do we have marriages that we have a lot of unhappy women, and at the same time we have men who are not happy? Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's where this Facebook comes in, this social media comes in. They start engaging in things to keep their mind busy. And Ms. Dupsy says something. In order to be married, you have to be matured. You have to be ready. You have to be present. And I always say this, I'm a strong believer of kids. Have that conversation whomever you want to end up with. How many kids do you want? I don't believe in having too many kids, because you know why? It's stressful. Do you know how much a bottle of baby milk is? Think about the woman's body. Think about her body, what she goes through. And we have our kids showing up. A lot of our kids are being born with ADHD. A lot of our kids, you know, these kids are not stable.
Adama, do you know what I always say?
All over the place.
Do you know what I always say, Adama? I believe 1 child per couple. I don't believe
God bless you. God bless you.
If I've known what I know now before I got married, I would have had only 1, because it's not easy to parent. Loads of people can parent well. That's why you will see a married woman on Facebook liking her boyfriend's picture over and over, her ex's picture over and over again. A married woman inside a relationship, inside her home, liking and loving people and chasing after men on social media. You were not taught properly. They didn't bring you up properly in the first place. Then you're not even matured for that thing called marriage. Stay single. Who says? I don't even know who are these people preaching that marriage is important now, or marriage is very, very, very compulsory. If you're not matured in your mind, stay single. Chase after men all you want. I don't care. But when you're married, there should be some kind of respect for your spouse or for that person you're in that relationship with. Why you chase the men all over social media as a married woman or as a married man too? That goes to men too. If you're not that matured, if you're not ready psychologically or mentally for that thing, do not go there. So that's why I always preach one child per couple, so that all of us will be raised well. I'm not exempting myself here. So the people should know that parenting is a very,
But that's
very
not the African family though. The African family is
Woman, are you kidding me? Woman, did you say African family? Do you know how much daycare costs now? Woman, be realistic. We have viewers listening to us.
The African family is 3 children, 2 boys.
Are you kidding me? My dad.
2 boys, 1 girl.
My woman, listen, I came from a family of 4 boys. I'm the only female. My dad always said this when he had every one of us. He said, knowing what I know now, he always told us as children, he said, do not have more than 2. One of my brothers went out of that rule. He had 4. And I remember having a conversation with him. He said, now it makes sense when daddy says this thing. And I said, what are you talking about? He has an in-home lived-in nanny that lives with them. Both of them are professionals. They make very good money, own businesses. And he said, can I be honest with you? And I said, yeah, tell me what. He said, I cannot be present for every 4 of my kids. I can't. It's not possible. He said, when I come back from work, she comes back from work, we are both burnt out.
And there will be stress in that relationship.
Let's be realistic. Yeah. Yes, let's be realistic.
Yeah, but all this business of being present for your children is a new age phenomenon.
It's not a new age. That's why we're not raised properly.
It's not this woke mentality. It's woke mentality.
Woman, why are you like this? Woman, why are you like this?
Can't you see the way our leaders are so traumatized? Most of them weren't raised well. That's why. So don't even say it's a new age. That is what a lot of people are not normal in their minds. Because they were not raised well. Their parents didn't have that time for them. That's what I'm saying. 1 child per couple is just, and I'm still going to write a book on that, Adama.
I strongly support you. I strongly support you. Because you know what, ma? It is so stressful. I just made a statement now. I said, it is alarming the number of our kids that are being born with ADHD, special needs. It's so many things going on with our kids. And at the same time, you see these women, they are so burnt out. They'll have this iPad. Everywhere they go, this iPad is with the kid.
Yeah, but all the ADHD and all of the those are dietary things. That's the consequence of the diet.
Can I tell you?
No, it's not about diet alone, woman. Yeah. It's not only about diet.
Woman, this is one thing I don't like.
Nature.
Yes.
No, that thing is holistic, yeah.
You have to listen, woman. When I see men open their minds, oh, I want a male child. I want this thing. You should be praying for a healthy child. You shouldn't care about what the sex of that child is. You should pray for a healthy child.
Doctor,
and pray that your wife goes through the pregnancy.
Huh? Doctor, it's ADHD, not genetics. I thought it was genetics.
Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
It's not even genetics. The research, Adama, if you go by the research, it's not even genetics at all. It's actually it's about neglect most of the time. Most of those children,
it breaks my heart. Yes,
it's about neglect. It's about when you're not present. When you're not present, it's not about intentional parenting. When most of us tend to ignore because we're tired too. So we tend to ignore most of the wants of our children. So children act out. They act all these behaviors out. It's not even. I don't even think it has anything to do with it.
And another thing is, watch the snacks you're buying for your kids.
I agree.
If your mom listening to this, watch the snack you buy for these kids. You cannot just because you're in BJ's, you're in Sam's Club, you're in Costco, you just buy it because he loves it or she loves it. Watch what you're giving to your children. You can't. You cannot. You can't be that parents where, oh, you want it, you got it. You want it, you got it. No. Listen, I
agree.
Yeah, I have 2 girls and a son. And one thing I'll tell you, if you come to my house, you will know I have kids because I'm very selfish when it comes to my time. So I don't I don't like people bothering me. I like having my space when I come home from work because I need that time, that mental time to just decompress. I can't because my children don't bother. Yes, they're grown, but they don't bother me. That's the way I raise them. They have to ask yourself, what kind of children do you want to raise? Do you want to raise a sheep that without you, if you die today, ask yourself what will be the foundation of your children. So
Yeah,
when they are very small, teach them these things to clean up after themselves, make your room, do these things. You cannot be a 24 hours mom or 24 hours dad. And to all the single dad out there too, I want to commend them. But like Ms. Dupsy said, these are conversation you need to have with your partner if you want to get married. How many kids are we having? Do not go there saying, oh, my husband likes kids. Oh, he said he wants 4 kids. We'll have 4 kids. Are you kidding me? 4 kids in this age and time?
yeah. So Adama, one man is saying that ADHD and all these mental issues is for the new age. And
No,
that's
no,
why
I'm
your
saying
country
it's
is still like that.
dietary. Look, we cannot
Yeah,
escape.
yeah, it has a lot to do with dietary too.
What we eat these days is
Mhm.
heavily laden with all manners of E factors and whatnot, and that goes into our body, and that of course manifests in a lot of these things are dietary related. All these
No, it's not only
GM
dietary,
foods
woman.
and whatever it is that we're
It has a
eating now.
lot to do with your intentional parenting as well. When your child feels rejection, it affects their brain as well. So it doesn't only has to do with dietary. Yeah, sugar plays a lot of role. I agree to that totally. Sugar is a major factor in ADHD. I know, but rejection too plays a lot on the human brain, either for a grown adult or for children. Rejection is bad, is not good for human being. So when your child perceive that kind of rejection, probably you came home, you're tired, you wanted to discuss something with you, you just tell the child, I will talk to you later. I'm tired now. That's a great impact on your child's brain. So children they act out on things like that. When they feel that kind of rejection from their parents, they tend to go with strangers to teach them different kind of things. So this is where all this mental problems begins.
I agree with
Depression,
Ms. Dupsy a lot.
anxiety, ADHD, and all this. So it has a lot. I know dietary, yeah, I agree with you, woman, totally. Sugar is a major factor, and it
No,
comes
I'm
from the
not even
cereal.
talking about you.
It's to school every
I'm not
morning.
talking about the diet. Sorry,
Cereals
Dupsy.
is sugar all through and through. So they
Dupsy.
become hyper. Yeah, I'm listening to you. Yeah.
Yes, we've not heard from Bolaji for a while, so maybe she
Yeah.
can come in. But I
Okay.
wasn't even talking about the diet that you feed them. I'm talking about
Yeah.
what you eat before you
Yeah.
birth them. That's really
that
what I'm
plays.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the one you feed them to plays a lot of role too on their brain. Sugar, especially. Yeah. It plays a lot of role. Yeah. BJ, on mute, please. Let's listen to you.
I'm learning from my elders. I've not had children before, but along the line, I realized I had ADHD at some point, and I felt it was a focus thing. It's a mental issue. Not being able to focus, not being able to finish tasks when you're supposed to finish it, postponing your tasks. So I didn't know that it had to do anything to do with diet. I thought it was more mental, and you need to see a therapist.
Yeah, it
So
is
then you need
mental.
to see a therapist too.
Let me tell you, yes, it is mental.
Because that
Let me
affects the
tell you,
brain.
I'm not,
Yeah.
yes, it is. It is mental. And I will encourage you. I will encourage you. Please seek a therapist. That is another, you just opened a can of worms for our people. They do not believe in therapy. They do not believe in therapy, most especially our men. A lot of our men are depressed. When I say depressed, their level of depression, you can't even measure it. So We need to start promoting therapy. Therapy is a big thing. It is good. It doesn't make you weak that you're seeking for help. Or if you don't cry out for help, how are you going to get help?
Adama, settle down. All this, that's just woke something. That's all this
Oh,
woke.
woman, let me tell you
Woman,
something.
please don't downplay what Adama is saying. It's a very, very valid point.
Back in
that
the
she's
day, they
making.
just tell you
Please.
to man up. You man up.
Oh, come
Please,
on.
this is what's affecting
We're
our
pulling down
society.
masculinity with all of
No,
this
no.
soft loved.
Don't let's underplay this. This is very, very educative, please. It's
No,
not
no, 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 no.
about-
One man, I
No,
totally
it's
agree.
very
I
important,
totally
yeah.
disagree with you. You see that thing when a man is supposed to cry? Do you know how many times my daughter have seen their dad cry and what an impact it had on them? The point I'm trying to make here is okay for you not to be okay. Men have emotions, they have feelings. It has nothing to do with a man. I've seen my dad cry as a child. And when you look at
It's not
my dad
something
was
to be
like, he is,
encouraged.
yeah.
It's not something to be encouraged. Men
Are
crying.
you kidding me, one man?
No, men are meant to be stoic and.
Oh, one man, come on. Will you for once be realistic and realize that the generation that are coming up now, we need to not
Adama.
tell our men to shut down.
Adama,
Yeah.
do you know this is where depression starts? When they
Yes.
say you should subdue your emotions.
Yes, yes.
You shouldn't let it out.
Yes.
So that's why most of those men, they cry out for depression and they got suicidal ideation as well. So when you don't let them let it down, because letting down is a big deal for your mental health too. When you cry, it helps a lot. So when you say it's not for men, that's why most of these men are suicidal. They've got this suicidal ideation in their head. Instead of them to cry,
There are only two instances that a man can legitimately cry: at the funeral of his father and at the funeral of his mother. And
hold on.
Hold on now. And at a stretch, at the birth of his first child. So outside of those three spaces, men have no business crying.
Are you kidding me, one man? Are you kidding me? That is why we wonder why Africa is the way it is.
An archaic way of thinking. Men are allowed to express their emotions, cry, vent out.
One man, give him. That's the way he talks. Just don't bother yourself about his own this thing at all.
Men, if you have somebody that you can trust, your partner, your mother, your father, express your emotions, because men kill themselves because they can't express themselves. They can't cry. Men should be able to express themselves in any way they can. It's not fair that men hold up to things that they can just tell and talk about.
Bolaji, thank you so much. I really appreciate you saying that. And to one man, I want to say
Mr. Woman, you don't have to cry. You don't have to cry. Just
you don't have to if you don't want to.
Just
yeah.
vent out.
But can I tell you, one man, as someone who has 4 brothers, do you know what men go through on a daily basis? You're a man. Do you know what it takes to be a great man?
If you run or you go to the gym, then
my goodness,
that's what toxic masculinity. That's what they call toxic masculinity. That's what
no. That is wrong, woman. That is wrong. It is wrong. I just use the word "it's okay not to be okay." Seek help when you feel down, when you feel your emotion, you're overwhelmed. Seek help. Cry out. Tell people you're hurting. Don't box it in. Do not box it in.
At least you kneel down or cry to God. At least, the very least, you talk to God. Kneel down and in your private corners, you just pray to God and vent it all out. If you cannot trust any human being, just talk about it.
Yes, I agree with that, but I'm certainly not bringing up my boys to be crying. I mean, imagine
not crying. That's not what we are talking.
Crying
is not what we are talking about. Talking about your emotions, venting out. You don't have to cry like a child. Just talk about it. let it go. Don't hold on to things.
Bolaji, it's not even about God, though. It's about talking to an expert person on this. A
That too. No, I'm
professional.
talking about like
Yeah.
talking to who you believe in, what you believe in. Just talk.
It's
talk
even
about it.
important to see if you know you're being stressed and depressed. See a professional. It's important. Not your pastor, not God, but a professional.
A professional.
Very-
Okay.
Yeah, it's very,
Auntie
very
Dupe.
important.
I don't believe in that thing. Let's go and pray about it. Though. Let's go we'll pray it out. No.
All right, Dupsy. Bolaji's comment really leads into the next clip, so maybe I can
Okay.
play it, and
Okay,
maybe
please go ahead.
maybe
Yeah.
she can lead on it as well.
Okay.
So we're
go
talking
ahead.
about men and their emotions and we're talking about actually boarding schools and if it's a good idea. So this man now narrates his experience there.
I was molested too. As I'm talking to you now, the picture is still graphic in my head. The senior came in the early hours of the morning. I had not slept far. Dragged me out of my bed. I was in the hostel. Dragged me into his bed. I was shivering. I was 13 or so, or 14. I was shivering. Shaking. Senior, he was SS3. I think I was JS1 or JS2 or so, can't remember. And he made me do things that my mouth cannot say. And then when I came out of that place, Satan had sown a seed. From that minute, I was not looking at men as men anymore. An appetite began to grow. I said, nah, lie. He's not going to rule over me. I decided to fight back. They that strive for mastery, they are temperate in all things. Paul says, so therefore, I do not run as one that does not have purpose. I do not fight as one that beats the air. I have found out the reason many are addicts, they are afraid.
All right, so it goes somewhat biblical after that, but what that guy Bolaji is expressing is his experience in boarding school.
Yeah.
So is of a certain age, so of a certain generation.
Yeah.
But that experience is not isolated to that generation.
Yeah.
There's examples of children coming out of the boarding school globally with this sort of experience. So do you think that boarding school system should be abolished one? And if and when you become a parent, is it a pathway that you would is it something you would do? Send your, because they send them in 12, 10 years old and they come out at 18, all their formative years in that little cluster. Is this something that do you have concerns about that?
Yeah, I'm the perfect person to open this topic because me and my cousin were just having the same conversation yesterday. I'm always pro. I'm not taking my children to boarding school. I mean, if they want to, maybe okay, in Nigeria, there's JS1 to SS3. I don't know if it has changed now. Okay, if they want to go, maybe SS1, they can decide to go if they want to. But for me, my children are not leaving me at 10 years old. Even my mates, they started going to boarding school at the age of 6, 7, primary school. They started going to boarding school. And it brought up a question: do parents really want to parent? They don't want to parent their kids. They just want to, send them off to boarding school in the guise of you want your child to be independent. When I got to university, I decided that I found out that some of my friends, they didn't even go to boarding school and they are very independent. They are and they didn't have to go to boarding school. So I've always been pro. And this pastor, what he was, I've heard stories, and it's very, very traumatizing that children have to go through this abuse by other children because those children too were abused. It's a cycle. They were abused too by somebody in that school, even by teachers. So I've always been pro. My children are not going to boarding school. Mr. One Man, hello.
Yes, I agree with you. I have to say, I agree with what Bolaji said too. I agree with what I raised my children in the Western world, so I'm not even that kind of a mother that will leave my children at 10. Hey, I won't be able to sleep now. Me, I've got old boys. So how will I leave my child at 10 to go to a boarding house? Yes, my children went to a private school that had a boarding house, but I never put them in the boarding house. So I didn't even bother myself doing that because I know that is a form of irresponsibility on parents to put their children in the boarding house because they don't want that responsibility at that particular time. They think children are for decorations. Do you understand? They don't know that it entails a lot of, or being present in their life. So a lot of people just think, I want to flaunt my kids. I've got 3 boys. I've got 2 girls. I want to flaunt them. It's a lot of job. It's a lot of work to put in. So it's about being intentional about parenting. So it's not even the best to take your child to a boarding house at that age. My first child went out of the house independently at the age of 18. So I don't, even at that 18 safe, we still have loads of problems we're still tackling up till today. Do you understand? So at that 18, I'm talking about 18 years old. So I don't even know how I would leave my 13 years old now to go to be in a boarding house on his own. So it's not good. It's not the best. And you should know that what we just said, this is a pastor. I don't know this guy. And I'm not saying that he's not good, but he's not fit in his brain to be a pastor. Please hear me out, Christian, because they're all rushing now to come and attack me. I'm not a Christian, but I always say things from scientific point of view. This guy has not seen a professional yet. He's just managing this thing with spiritual aspect. He's still damaged in his head.
Dupsy, you could hear in his submission that he's already lost to the world. He says that when he looks at men, he sees them differently. So he's now trying to put the Bible behind that statement or in front of that statement.
Exactly.
You could essentially those boarding schools, they are breeding grounds for homosexuality. That's just what
exactly.
And I think he's trying to push an agenda. Sorry, I think he's trying to push an agenda that homosexuality comes from abuse. Some people were not abused; they are just gay. I think that's another agenda that he's trying to push.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Some people, no, it's a learned behavior. We've talked about that before.
Is it
homosexual? Yeah, it's a learned.
So?
Yeah, it's a learned behavior. Do you know? We've talked about this broadly. One man will know on this platform that this is something that was learned. Even animals learn this. From somebody.
Sexuality. We are talking of sexuality.
Yeah. So somebody must have done something to your child one time or the other to know that you can either go with a woman or a man or both sexes. So some people are like that. So even animals that actually have sex with the same sex were abused too. Do you understand? But because of their IQ, they can go with anybody, with their mother, their father, their brothers inside the family because of the IQ. But human IQ is much more higher than animals. So that is why it's not an excuse for human beings. So you can be able to defer that this is a man, this is a woman. But because your brain is wired that way because of that abuse, you tend to go with men more than women because you were abused as a child. So it doesn't have anything to do with that. That's the way God created me. It's a lie. Every one of them learned this behavior, sometimes in their life. So this man now still needs help. That is why they said Christianity and this same-sex thing goes hand in hand. And one man said this something that this thing is the new age. No, this thing started right from the Catholics' boarding house. When the Catholics had boarding house, then they abused a lot of boys that are still dealing with mental issues up to today. So far, I think Catholic Church has they have spent like 9 billion or so in settling people because of this litigation they're going through, because of what they've destroyed so many lives. So it's not something that just started today. It's been around from the beginning of time. So don't let us say it's a Gen Z or something, it's a new thing. No, it's not a new thing. So this has been happening, especially with this religion. So this man now has the tendency of abusing his members if time is not, if this thing is not looked into properly. So this man needs a professional to help him with this state of mind.
Bolaji, answer Chukwu's question is on the screen. Can you see it?
The prison is a jungle. People would rape. They put you down. I watched the documentary. They put you down and they rape you and they leave the prison and they act like everything is fine. That's how men, like you were talking about men not being able to express their emotions or what it is it they're feeling. They leave prison and they act like everything is fine and they act straight. They even impregnate lots of women. So that's what happens in prison. It doesn't mean that they come back gay. It just happens. It was a situational thing. It doesn't mean that they are gay. They hold them down and they rape them. That's what happens.
No,
So they learned it from the.
sorry, Dupi. His argument to you is that it's not genetic, it's learned behavior. That's what Achukwu is actually
that's what
saying.
I'm trying to explain to him what happens. It's not that they go to prison and they say they are open to being gay. What happens is it is rape. It's an act of abuse. They hold them
but that's what Dupi said now, that homosexuality is a consequence of abuse rather than something you're born with.
And I'm not answering that. Okay, when they go out, they move on with their life. They go back to their wives. They go back to their girlfriends.
But it's not every one of them, but BJ, it's not every one of them that can actually move on like that. You know, there's been a shift in their brain. The brain has been altered already. So
but that doesn't mean they will crave to be with a man. Like,
most of them do silently.
I mean, they are damaged. They are damaged mentally, but that doesn't mean they go around looking for men to sleep with. They want to. As a matter of fact, they become sex addicts with the opposite gender, like with their partner. They want to, they want to erase that memory. They just want to move on. They don't want to feel like they're gay.
It's not all of them, though. Yeah, some can be like that, but not all of them will be able to move on like that. You know, we are wired differently. So it's not all of them that will be able to move on. So that's why. Adama, can you unmute, please? Let me hear your contribution to us.
Yeah, speaking about the boarding school, I feel that's wrong, doing that to a child, because as a mom, you're meant to nurture, you gave birth to these kids, I like being present. I like being engaged with my kids. I need to know what they're doing at what time and, where they're going. And it goes back to what I was saying before. Not everybody's meant to be a mom. Not everybody's meant to be a dad. That's why when I see people or couple and I ask them, oh, do you have kids? No, I don't frown at it. That's their decision. They don't want kids. Why should I frown at it? So let people do what makes them happy. Speaking about sexuality, gay, straight, my own point of view is this: allow people to live their life. The earlier we come to realize that this thing is not going anywhere, so long as you're not hurting anybody.
Sorry, Adama, sorry, you still have the floor, but let me just insert this. If a loved one, if your loved one, not your child or anything, but somebody you care about, if they are showing tendencies of homosexuality, would you make efforts to correct it before you accept it? Or do you just accept it straight away? Would you make efforts to correct it?
First, I want to find out, I would like to find out why are you attracted? Like, what is this? And if you explain to me why
hold on right there. Why would you do that? Because if your loved one is showing signs of heterosexuality, you wouldn't live with thoughts. So why would you make inquiries about them having homosexual tendencies?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Now we are speaking on a personal level. If I personally know of a cousin who is leaning towards that way, because of what I believe and I know what you're doing is wrong. I will tell you what you're doing is wrong. Will I accept them for what they're doing? Yes, I will accept them, because you know why? God has not given any of us the moral authority to judge anybody. So who am I to judge you? I can't do that. God can judge for himself. He doesn't need to, we can't be policing or doing God's work, or doing what, if you're a Muslim, or you try to be, I don't believe in making people feel.
Let me chip this in.
But God has given us. Yeah, sorry, go on, Dupsy.
Yeah. You know, Adama, you have to be. This is a very sensitive topic for Adama. She's a doctor in the United States. You have to know that this is a very, very sensitive topic. So she's going to give a politically right answer on this platform. It's not necessarily means that that's what she believes in and that's what she's going to do if one of her child comes up with this kind of behavior. So she's a medical doctor. So in United States. So woman. So she's not going to give a correct answer on this platform because this is a public
Thank you. I
forum.
appreciate
Yeah.
that, Ms. Dupsy. Thank you so much. Thank you. One man, can you move on now? And leave me alone.
Sorry, yes. Let's move on to by presenting two clips now. So they say one bird, two stones. So these two clips now, they speak to the same storyline, but from a different perspective. So the space traditionally occupied by female, but men now coming into that space. But let me just play the video and then of the videos, and then you tell me what you're making of it. So I'll play the female first. It's the traditional narrative of entitlement, and then I'll play the male one as well.
So this guy asked me to come over to see him, and then I'm like, I haven't made my hair. Send me money to make my hair. I mean, it's not like I can't afford making my hair, but like, you want to see me, right? So send me money to make my hair because I cannot come and see my hair looking like this. And he simply replied, okay, don't come again. And guess what? I blocked him. I blocked him ASAP because I don't need such personality in my life. I don't need a man with such thinking. I mean, like, why should I carry my head this way to come and see you and you be happy, you be proud, you be proud to call yourself a man? That, please just get out of my life. I blocked him and he remained blocked till 2030.
All right. So that is the traditional narrative of no romance without finance, traditional to the female space. Sort of inserting a tepid toe into that space. So what is from this
the type of
perspective?
woman that I'm looking for, she has to have a car. Car is a very important requirement because I don't have any car. So you can't have two people that don't have car. We'll just be walking everywhere. And summer has started already, so the weather is getting very hot. We need a vehicle. A house also, no rental. I don't want anybody that is renting anywhere because I can't be renting and she also will be renting. She has to have her own house that we can move into together. Invariably, money, she has to have money too because you can't have two people that don't have money. That way she can help me invest some of her money. And all locations too. I'm looking to, as long as it's I don't want any cold locations. So nobody from Russia, nobody from Canada. Nobody from Canada should email me, please. No Canada, no all these cold places, Vermont and North Dakota. No, I want only tropical places. So
All right. So there it is. Two narratives of entitlements. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and let Adama go ahead with this. Adama, unmute.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Dupsy. I really appreciate what you did at that last show. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, let me tell you guys what happened to me was it Friday? I went to the African store. So I went to pick up something. It's going to lead to this story. And I came out and when I went in and I saw this lady, she was with two kids. So she was buying. So the guy was telling her that her money is not complete, that she does this all the time, that no, she needs to leave some of the things she took. And I said, oh, ma'am, I said, no, what is it that she took? I'll pay for it. Like, give her money back. Now, listen, I said, I'll pay for it. This lady said, oh, auntie, you'll pay for it. Thank you so much, ma. She said, and she said, can I go take? I said, yeah, whatever you need. Make sure you get everything you need. She went, she brought 2 packs of snails, a bag of rice, beans. She added more stuff. In total, her bill came up to 4 something. This is her bill, excluding my bill, because I just went there for red oil. And we were leaving. So she said to the daughter, she said, Ọlọ́run mà ṣe o, auntie. So I came out. I said, Auntie Ewa. She came to me. Mo ní pé, Ewa, ẹ yọ nǹkan tó wà lẹ́nu yìí. She looked at me. She said, ṣé Yorùbá ni yín? Mo ní pé ẹ yọ nǹkan tó wà lẹ́nu yìí. She said, okay. Mo ní pé ó lè ní yín, ó lè. Aláìlójútì
Adama.
ni yín. Ṣé o mọ̀ pé wèrè ni yín o? Wèrè ni yín, wèrè gidi gan ni yín. Wọ́n ní pé á ṣí èrè nìyẹn. So ilé ayé ẹ̀ tó bá rí mi, bye-bye, kí n bye-bye. Fine girl looking sexy for nothing. Kò sí nǹkan tó wà
So,
lórí yìí.
Adama, you did tell me you are just fluent in Yoruba. I won't be speaking English to you again. So you'll be hiding. Go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is, do you see this man coming out saying, I want someone that has a car? I want someone that lives in a cold. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the things he's requesting for? Are you that stupid and out of touch that you feel comfortable living off of what someone else is bringing to the table? First of all, you're not a man. Let's
But
start by
women
that.
do that all the time. Women do
That's
that all
what.
the
Hold
time.
on. I'm going to the second video. That's what I'm saying. He's not a man, because real men will not want to move into a woman's house. They won't. They will tell you, baby, let's buy our own thing together. Now, the lady that said she needed someone to send and she blocked her, look at how she looked. You can tell she doesn't take care of herself. If she needs a man to send her money to come to his house, something is wrong with her. Because you can tell on a regular basis, she looks so unkept. She looks so unkept. And she's waiting for the next mogul to, I don't support that. I always preach, be content with what you have. You do not have to be out in this street hustling people.
Adama, it's a traditional trade-off, isn't it? If you're asking a woman to come to your house to come and nice you up, and then you have to nice her up too. So she's asking to be niced up so that she can come and nice him up. So that's her request. It's nothing new. That's the way it's always been. But now this guy is also asking to be niced up too, but you're objecting to that.
Yes, I object to that, because both of them have no business asking, both the woman has no business asking a man for money to do her hair. It's wrong. It's wrong. You should know to do your hair without a man. It's called taking care of yourself. It's called self-care. If you do self-care, you do not need a man to...
Adama this morning. Please, where's my darling this morning? Chioma should come in. I don't think Bolaji can handle Adama. It's only Chioma that can handle it on this topic. It's only Chioma.
I miss Chioma, because Chioma will come in why she's right. She will tell me why she's, getting in my car before. I miss Chioma. I miss Chioma.
Oh, you have to pay for my hair? No, let's Chioma this morning.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Nobody should be asking anybody for anything. You're just getting to know that person. If you're this demanding, and I haven't even met you yet, only God knows what will happen if I am thinking of taking it to the other level with you. You want to rob me dry. I don't believe, no, I do. You know my Miss Dupsy knows my stand on this. Women, earn your own money. Take care of yourself.
I do.
Men, real men, listen, men like women who brings it's like if a man meets me now and asks me, what do you bring to the table? Look at me, dude, I'm the table. So it's a turn on for me. I like a man who is put together, a man who knows his worth. Real men don't make noise. They are low profile. They just, they know the kind of woman. Just look at the way he's waving his hand, like doing his hand like this.
I
think that the Gen Zs, they just give each other like that on the social media, because the women are so demanding, the ladies are so demanding. So the men want to tackle them on that all the time. I think it's just a buzz boost for both genders, the Gen Z.
And at the end of the day, we're going to end up having no winner.
Adama, when you are talking about real men, you are actually talking about rich men, aren't you? Because it looks as though... yeah, that's what you are saying.
No. Let me clarify something, one man. When I say real man, it's not only a bill. Paying the bill is not what it takes to be a man. There's a level of maturity that you need to have. You need to be able to have a conversation with me and not feel threatened. You know you're comfortable with who you are, because these days you can find anybody to pay your bill. So it's not about rich men. No, I'm not shopping. That's not who I'm
All
looking
right. Let me ask you a question, Adama. If a man has clarity of purpose and he has clarity on the direction that he wants to follow in life, is that a real man?
Yes.
But that guy you just watched, he has clarity of purpose.
Oh,
and
no,
he's
no, no, no,
clear-
no, 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 no. He's no, my woman. Don't be comparing. No, come on now. Clarity of purpose. You're already thinking about a house. And you live in a rented apartment. He didn't even say, oh, someone that, someone we can rent off with. I always tell people, start off slow. You will get, so long as you know your goal, you will both get there. This is the thing. This generation, they are so greedy. They lack patience. They want to be successful overnight. You meet a youth in Nigeria, you ask them, what do you want to do? The first thing they'll tell you, I want to make money. That is the first thing they will tell you. How do you go about making the money? They don't know. So that's the generation. We need to be very careful. Everything is not about money. There's something called common sense, intellectual. Like, what are you doing with your life? My dad always says school is not for everybody. If you don't want to go to school, go to trade school. Do something with your life. Make out something out of yourself. Everybody cannot be Bill Gates. Let's be honest here. You can't.
Yes, but should everybody aspire to be Bill Gates?
Yes, it's one thing to aspire, it's another thing to get there. So it's just like Martin Luther King said, I had a dream. So he's been dreaming. Don't you see? Don't you see the dream? A lot of us are living the dream in the diaspora. Doesn't mean every one of us that come from Nigeria is going to live that dream. No. You see, when Dupsy talk, when you talk, Bolaji talk, we are all living that dream. We are all comfortable. But this is the thing. Your level of comfort, just because you met me today, you're coming from Nigeria, you're coming to my house, all of a sudden, you want to get to my level where I am. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many years it took me to get to where I am today? You don't know. So aspire, whatever you aspire, start off slow. Slow, gradually you get to where you're going. Thank you.
BJ.
Yeah, I've been listening, and what I believe in is men should be able to want to provide. You want to provide as a man, and a woman making demands like that when you look like that is funny. She looks that way and she's making demands like that. You have to look a certain way to want to demand things like that. You have to take care of yourself with your own money. Then you can say, okay, this is the kind of man I want. I want my man to provide. You take care of yourself. You are not lazy when it comes to the way you look. You present yourself a certain way. You are educated. You speak a certain way. You don't come on social media making demands like that. As a matter of fact, it's repelling men like that. You look like a thief. That she looks like a thief, demanding things like that. You have to be.
Bolaji, if the man is inviting her to his house, is he under the obligation to provide for to provide her to prepare and then to pay the fare as well?
Inviting her to, I'm talking from a relationship point of view. I'm not talking from a one day coming to your house. And when I'm going to, if I don't even go, you don't go to a stranger's house. You go out, go on dates, and then you pay for your fare yourself. Then when we have conversation, when we are in a relationship, I'm talking about relationships, I'm talking about serious things. A man should want to provide for his partner. If you don't love a man, if a man doesn't love you, he doesn't want to provide. That's what I think. That's what I know. That's how I have been brought up. A man does not want to, if he doesn't love you, he doesn't want to provide for you. That's how I see things. But you don't go around demanding and demanding and demanding. It's repelling men like that. You look a certain way, you invest in yourself, then men like that come to you naturally. And if you look like that and a man doesn't want to provide for you, you don't have any business staying in that relationship. That's what I think.
Okay, Bolaji. So Bolaji is I don't know who can tackle Bolaji and Adam on this. My baby girl is not here this morning, so I will talk on her behalf. So from Chioma's point of view, this is not Dupsy speaking. No. From Chioma's point of view this morning, because I have to stand in for my baby girl now. Adam,
Yes, you have
I can't allow you girls to cheat her like that. From Chioma's point of view, yes, the girl is right. The guy has to send money, no matter how she's looking. Yes, no matter how she's looking, tacky or not, the guy has to send the money for her. That's what she's demanded for, and that the man should provide. I agree with that lady. From Chioma's, this is not Dupsy Baby speaking right now. So Adam, I want you to tackle me. Yeah.
But Chioma, Chioma, we love you. Well, like I said, ole gidini. That's all I have to say.
And that man, the second video, it was strange banter. I don't think it was serious because his gesticulation and everything was too feminine. It was strange banter.
I thought I was the only one who noticed it. Did you see the way he was waving his hand?
Yeah, it's banter. It was banter.
Yeah, but we're seeing that increasingly more, though. This effeminate sort of effeminate sort of men within the.
I think they're all copying Mommy of Lagos.
Everybody's now free. They want to express themselves. Yeah. Everybody's now expressing themselves the way like they are. They are not hiding anything. That's the generation we are in now. Everybody's free, be who you are. If you are effeminate, just be out there. So that's what they are doing.
Because I don't understand that kind of mannerism in men as well. Do you understand?
But why is it though? What's the
freedom? Like Martin Luther, like Dr. Adama said. She said Martin Luther had a dream. Freedom. Yeah. Everybody's free to be who they are. That's the goal.
Yeah, but what is it conveying though? I mean, is it conveying their sexuality, or is it conveying some sort of what is it conveying? That sort of effeminate, they walk in a funny manner, this and gesticulations and this rather high-pitched voice that they're adopting now.
I don't pay attention to things like that because it makes me cringe myself. But I just, move on, mind my business. I mind my business a lot. I don't like dwelling on that. I just move on. And that's who you are. Okay, keep it moving. Keep it pushing. I don't dwell on that. That's not my business.
Maybe it's our generation, though. Me too.
Yes, thank you. I think this generation, we really need to pay attention to this generation. They are so they are numb to a lot of things, and a lot of them are not realistic. They're so numb.
Imagine the generation that this generation is going to breed.
Hey!
So you breed that guy. With that guy we just saw in that video being the example. Imagine the generation he is going to breed.
Woman, that is oh my God, that is so true. We're not thinking about that. That is so true. And with this thing, they say they have you have men dating multiple women. They all live together. Women are dating multiple men. Poly something. Can someone on the comment section, they call it, we have open relationship. And hey, let's throw this in
swinging
too. Swinging. So there's a lot of options, woman. So I just don't know. I don't know. It's getting crazy.
I just think a lot of people are not okay in their minds. So people are just So in the name of freedom, just like the way BJ put it, in the name of freedom, people are going mad. So we have a family friend now. Myself and my husband. I can go with my husband's friend. My husband can go with my friend. In that kind of relationship.
Yes.
I can't dream it. I can't get it. I can't comprehend it in my brain. I can never understand it. But I think somebody like BJ might be able to understand that, or somebody like Adama. I can't understand that in my
No, no,
life.
no, 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 no,
No
no.
way.
Don't even look my way at all.
No.
No, 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 no. I am one person alone. We just two of us. I cannot be dipping and dabbing all those things. No. Do you know what kind of, the mistake people make when you see a person,
Is that
a
not the
woman?
is that out of adhering to tradition or
Oh, woman, which
no,
tradition are you
hold on
talking
now,
about?
hold on. Because everybody is innately polygamous. People are innately amorous, and the fact that you are in a relationship, married or not, does not mean you don't still have desire. So it is the
Polygamy, go
discipline.
outside now. Must you be your husband's friend and your husband knowing about it? Then go
Oh,
out.
okay,
Go and do
okay,
whatever
all
you
right.
want to do. We are talking about swinging woman. We're not talking about people being polygamous in their nature. Yeah, we know people are polygamous. But when you want to go with your family friend and your husband knows about it, or you exchange your friend with your husband, that's what we are saying. That my brain cannot actually accommodate that.
I can't
don't
tolerate.
know.
I can't tolerate. I'll probably lose it. I'll go. It's
Exactly.
it's just like what I was just going back to saying. When you meet someone, if you want to be polygamous, whatever you want to do, you need to be careful. I don't care how good that woman looks. People do not wear their medical record in their forehead. People do not wear their medical record in their forehead. Be careful what you're doing out there. If you're married, you're single, be careful. Be careful. Your nakedness is not meant for everybody to see. Your nakedness is not made for everybody. Respect yourself. Value yourself. There's nothing like conduct yourself like a woman, a man. That's what I say to you, one man. A real man will not be sleeping with multiple women because there are some men like that because they feel they can do it and get away with it. But it is wrong. Be content. If you're married and you feel your wife has changed from what she used to be when you met her, you both work it out. Change it. Tell her things you want her to do that will help both of you. And our women, take care of yourself.
Change it or change her.
Why will you change her? Why will you change the woman? If you know, listen, the only way I would say if you want to change your woman, or if you know you can't put up with it anymore, and you can't stand that this one can never improve, she's stuck in her ways, the way she is. Hey, I'm all for people being happy. I do not believe in people staying together if they know they are not happy. Listen, divorce her and move on. But do not stay with her and punish her. That is called mental abuse. Do not do that to her. Let her go. You go do whatever you want to do out there and be respectful of each other. That's it. You don't have to, put up with something you don't like. Like Miss Dupsy always say, women, please take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Take care of you see this, your pew that you have. There's so many things out there for us to do, I need to watch my word because this is, we probably have kids watching. But women don't know there's so many things. Miss Dixie, do you know what they call a yoni wash?
Oh, is it for your
and there's one thing called a size
tell us more
too.
about that. This is for adult. Tell us more about that. Adana knows a lot about this. No, tell us more. No, I'm interested, please.
I'm someone I'm very detailed, so I need to work on that.
Go ahead, Adama. Go ahead.
He's a steam. He helps cleanse, and I like the Asian one, the Chinese, And another thing I love too, that a bikini wax. I mean, there's nothing like massage. Go massage your body. And I'm not for a man touching my body. I love women massaging my body. Your preference, if you like a man touching you all over you, I like a woman, taking care of So the yoni wash is something, it cleans your, I'm sorry, I have to watch my words. It cleans your
keyword. Okay, just code it.
It cleans your pee very well. There's something out there called exercise ball. You insert it in you and you just work. It helps your muscles. You know, I'm a freak. So I'm just putting, I know me. So that's why. And I always say something. Smell good. I love smell. We have lavender oil. You can use that at night to massage your man. And when you're massaging him, make sure you have a sexy lingerie on and, just dim the lights, play some jazz. And, just women, there's so many things we can do that's
Yeah, but should
inexpensive.
women over 50 be wearing sexy lingerie still? It's just,
Why not? Why not one man? Just because
What is
she's
all
50.
what is all this question that you're asking? This man, Alabosi. What's all this question? Women over 50, they should go and kill themselves. I mean, what's all this nonsense?
They need to relax. They need to relax and think about their
Ṣé tí ń gbọ́ àwọn Gen Z? Adam àwọn Gen Z ti wọlé o. Bọ́ọ̀lù ayé fẹ́ ṣe báyìí. Gen Z solely. Gen Z ti wọlé o. Don't shame us.
We have arrived. We have arrived.
Oh, yeah, Soli. Let me hear you. Adaba, you still continue. Let me hear Soli. Soli, unmute. Yeah, let me hear you.
Well, is it about the Joe? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
We have come to invade this space. It's no longer a safe space. Today.
This one, we'll come up from politics, but I beg. Which level?
So, is it about the topic that but why a black man? Why not a man?
No. I think it's just we're talking about men in general. Don't restrict it to black men. Men in general. Yeah.
Is there any concern with a man being friends with his ex?
Right. That's what we want to know. What's your point?
Is it not concerning?
Right?
It depends on who. It depends on who is concerned. Who is concerned in the matter? Is he a girlfriend? Is he a wife?
It will have to be the current partner, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the current partner. Yeah.
Okay. But she has the wedding ring, right?
Even if it's a serious relationship, it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a marriage. Yeah.
If she has the wedding ring, I don't think she has nothing much to worry about, But if it's just a normal partner, then it's quite dangerous because obviously if he's friends with his ex, women like men who already have another woman. There's no better way to attract a woman than with another woman. You can use money, you can use car, but it doesn't work as much as another woman. So if she's your partner, then there's danger because even if she doesn't like the man, she wants to collect that man from you, and she will do whatever it takes. Whatever you're not ready to do, she's going to be ready to do. So you
don't understand. Are you talking about the ex, or what are you talking about?
The ex. The
ex will be ready to snatch the man back.
Yes. Yes.
So why did the man leave in the first place?
Probably maybe something about her behavior, her attitude, maybe the way she talks, maybe the way she thinks.
And then the man should move on.
But he enjoys being with the woman now. He's not complaining about the bedroom. He's complaining about other matters.
But it's
the truth now.
So why did you go to another woman if you know your mind is still with that particular woman?
It's not the mind. It's the body. It's the body.
What body are you talking about? The mind and the body, please. I'm confused.
I'm
confused. The mind, the body.
That's not how men work. That's not. We can separate our body from our mind. So his body yearns for her, but his mind.
So do you want to be dating both of them at the same time? Is that what you're saying now? So you still want to date the ex?
Good question.
Yes.
One is long term, one is short term.
All right, so that's the vast experience of Soli's 22 years on this planet. But let's bring Jolie.
The reality of men. That's why they call them side chicks, because they are not the main dish. It's just something that you don't.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Like when you go to party, they will give you a puff and they will give you pounded jam. So the buns and the puff is just appetizer before you go for the meal. It's the main meal that will fill you up. Puff is only sweet, but it can never fill you up.
From a Christian family.
All right. Let's
You
bring
know,
Joel
you
in.
know, in the Bible, they
Oh,
never said you should not have more than one wife. Oh. So if you say from a Christian family, you know, it's allowed.
all right, let's bring Joel in. I'm not quite sure which bit of the conversation brought Joel in, but Joel, let's hear from you.
No, I'll be short. I'll be short. But I just want to say this: afternoon, evening, wherever you're listening from. I wouldn't say I'm on a one-man show. I would say I'm on Doopsy's show. But this is where I am going to put in something. Side piece save marriages, and many people don't really understand this. Yeah, the side piece do save marriages. You see, there is what we call in our local parlance, see finish. It happens on the guy's side, it happens on the lady's side. And these issues are serious issues, right? Because what I see in our own culture is that, you know, whenever you start, I believe that we are the original humans on earth. I'm talking about the African culture and the wisdoms of our ancestors, you know, in being open to like concubines or second wife. There's a reason for that. But in our own time, you know, we adopted the Christianity way of living or the way of worship. And what that did for us is that to tell us, you know, it has to be one man, one woman. We eat different variety of food. I don't know why when it comes to woman, we say we should have one woman. However, I believe what works for you might not work for the other person. You see, if you, some people, their own prerogative in marriage is that when they come home, they want a clean house. Whatever you do afterwards is not their problem.
Sorry, Joel, not to break your flow, but does that apply both ways? That concubine is the woman allowed a side betting too?
No,
Thank you, woman.
no, she's
Woman,
not.
thank
She's not.
you.
She's not.
Thank you,
She's not.
woman.
She's not. She is not. She is not allowed to, and I'll tell you why. You see, when you take into cognizance the way we are built by nature, women are very emotional people. Men are logical beings. It does not matter. A man, I always use this expression or example. When a man wants to go cheat, one of his legs is in his family and the other leg is outside. Whenever he's done with whatever he's doing outside, he brings the other leg back home. When a woman wants to cheat, her one leg is outside. The other leg, right, is also outside. So they cheat with their two legs out. So that's why when they say when a woman is fed up, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just their trait. It's just the way they are built. So it is not safe. A man can go out there and do whatever he wants to do, come back and take care of his family 120%. But when a woman starts doing that, she starts comparing because they're emotional beings. They start comparing, you know, what that other dude, you know, does to them or do for them on their spare time. And you see, whenever you're not staying with somebody, right? If you're not living with somebody, there is this thing that happens. Whenever you know what that person likes, because you're not bored with cleaning up the house with the person or any other thing. So whenever that person comes, it's like you have made up like maybe an hour or two to spend with that lady. So whatever thing you guys are doing would not involve cleaning of houses, will not involve taking kids to school and all that. It will be purely enjoyment. But for the lady, they see that as something that could happen on a regular basis if they are with that dude. So that's the problem we are having. That is why I said the men can always go do what they have to do because they are very, very logical. They have family at heart. They believe more.
Just to come in a little bit, Joel, what you're saying is exactly what Solly was saying as well, because men can have an emotional detachment from let's just put it from sex. Let's just put it that way. But I've not yet known even a prostitute, an active professional prostitute, does not really fully emotionally detach from sex.
Mr. Joe, please, I have a question.
Yes, that is true.
How do you know how a woman thinks? How do you know how a woman thinks? Have you been in a woman's body? Do you know how a woman feels? How are you speaking from a woman's point of view?
I am not speaking from a woman's point of view, but I am talking from experience.
No, you don't know how a woman thinks. You've
I
not
know.
No. See, my dear. See, my dear. You have. If I ask you, if we are all human beings and we are intelligent beings, right? If I ask you, how do men behave? That's why some people will say all men are dogs. They say all men are dogs. It's a generalization, right? Taken too far. However, there are some truths in what that person is saying. So no, I'm being honest with you.
No, Mr. Jewel, can I make a correction?
Go ahead.
All men are not dogs. I don't know. Yeah, I just want to say that all men are not dogs.
Thank you. No. See. I said people make that statement, right? I say it's an overgeneralization. I know all men are not dogs, but the thing there is that there is in Igbo land, they'll be like, there's something we always say, no matter how you look at it, there is some truth in what they're saying. Now, is it like for everybody? No, but you know that there are traits of that. But you see, being a dog, like using that phrase, being a dog can be seen by different people, differently. Okay, they just like I just told you right now that a man can have a side piece. A woman might tag that as being a dog, but when you look at the main issue, being a married man, right, going outside and having fun and coming back home, I think that is something that has been done all over. I can tell you, even within my circle, I can tell you about 10, 20 people that have seen do that and their family was not affected. I can even go up to the politician.
Also, to add to that, Joel, there are certain bedroom demands that a man is not comfortable asking his wife. You know, there's a certain bedroom demands that is best done outside.
Exactly.
Excuse me, one man, please. Now you have women on this panel. What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate on their certain? Can you make it clear?
Joel understands now. There are certain bedroom demands that you wouldn't want to ask your wife.
Then you have no business marrying that kind of women, okay? You have no business marrying that, because you know why? With a woman like me, whatever you want us to do, we're going to do it.
No. My sister, it's not like that. It's not like that. Some things you don't want to do with your wife. Some things it's the one-off. Right?
No. I don't know the kind of man you are, but the man I have, he does.
Please, can I ask you a question? Someone like me now. Let's say you are my wife. Would you want to do a threesome?
How can you be asking for threesome?
No, exactly. Why can ask my This is my point. I'm trying to.
You're not even mature to be in a marriage.
Let me prove my point now, please. Just give me one.
Prove your point.
That proves my point.
No, because he wants a threesome. He's not matured enough.
But I don't think side chick also want threesome though.
Let me talk. Let me.
God bless you. God bless you for what you just said. Did you guys just hear what Mike said? Mike said a side chick would not want threesome.
It's a lie. I'll tell you it's a lie. You can't.
The reason why I asked was to prove my point. When I asked, all of you got angry and all of you got silent. But if I ask my side chick that question, she's going to say yes. That is what we're trying to say to you. There are some
No,
things
you're
that
dealing with women. No, Solly, let me tell you, you're
I
dealing with
gave you an
women.
example and you
Wait,
just
No,
is
asked
no,
that
no,
side
no, no,
chick a
no.
sex worker or a girl you're dating on
Thank
the side?
you. My God bless you. My God bless you.
Wait now, wait, let me
Sorry,
answer.
hold on, hold
Let me
on,
answer.
hold on, Solly. You know, tradition. I'm not saying in all instances, but traditionally, side chicks are usually money led. They are kept women that you keep. You have some relationship with them, but it's usually money led. You meet their financial needs and they satiate your other needs. So it's not as though it's completely different, and she's more amenable to that sort of
Yes.
arrangement, that Asol is describing.
One man, most side chick are dating you because they are kind of in love with you or they have emotional.
No.
It's not. It's only sex worker that do that. Like, okay, give me money as soon as you
Which
can.
only sex worker? You don't know the generation of
The-
today.
No, a side chick usually a girl you are dating.
I'm giving you updated
And
information.
it depends on the kind of side chick. Most a responsible guy usually go get a girlfriend on his side, and the side chick is having hope that maybe you will dump your wife for her, or you.
Yes, that's why she's willing to do anything. That's why she's willing to do anything. That's the
No.
point.
She's hoping one day you take her in. The side chick are usually these girls you toast and twist their head and kind of make them fall for you, and then they are confused about the situation, thinking wait now. But like I said, most cases, my own understanding of side chick is a girlfriend on the side. It's not a slut or
No, that's a hold on, Solly. Hold on, Solly. A side chick. The job description of a side chick is
it a job?
Well, just to quote.
That's a sex worker you got on the side now. It's a job.
We're not talking about the sex worker.
Are willing to
but the purpose. Okay, let's use purpose and not job description. The purpose of a side chick is to satisfy what you feel you're not getting at home. Because if you're getting everything she's able to provide at home, then there's no reason for her. So that opens her up to a more adventurous sort of leaning than
such as threesome to get on a third girl and
yes.
It depends. Like I say, if it's just a one, then she's not a side chick. She's just a sex worker.
No, you don't understand.
No. A side chick usually a sex worker is kind of like a girl that just hey, I call you, take money.
Michael,
like that anymore.
Mike,
you can't call her your chick, man. You can't call her your chick if she's not for you. She's not dating you. She's sleeping with everybody.
Mike, can I say this real quick?
Yeah,
Mike, let me tell you this. I think you're battling with like generational thing. In this generation right now, threesome is nothing.
Yeah, I get that. It's nothing.
You get where I'm coming from. It doesn't make you a prostitute.
I know where you're coming from. I get that. Like usually the hookups kind of thing. Yeah, we hookups. Hey, we like banging into that kind of thing. But we're talking about relationship here.
Not even with hookups. I'm telling you honestly, like even a real relationship these days, threesomes are being proposed. Not even from the guy, even from the lady. You see, it has to do with your communication level with your partner. I bet you, if you go around as a dude,
but that's something around young teenagers and early 20s. Well, you're talking about grown adults now. They don't graduates.
Mike, Michael, I'm telling you about grown-ups. I forget the. I'm telling you, it's just about the thinking of this generation.
So 40-year-olds and 30-something-year-olds are doing.
I'm telling you, they're proposing.
Sorry, Joel. It's actually late 30s, early 40s, and older that can actually afford side chicks. Because it's an expense, isn't it? And I don't think the younger generation.
No, man, it's not an expense. People do this now because they like the guy so much, but the guy is not going to ever leave them. And these women, they would rather be with the guy that is rich, and they would rather be the side chick of a rich man than be the girlfriend of a poor man or an influential man. It doesn't matter. Maybe he's popular, maybe he has plenty of money. It just has one value in the society. They would rather share him than be with a man that is average. So when they want to be the side chick, they just want to be in his presence. They'll
That
claim
part
to
too.
be his
That part.
girlfriend. All these people see people like Neymar. Are you telling me that Neymar has to pay his side chick? No, she will do it for free. She will do it for free.
You're hanging around. You're hanging with Neymar. If he tells you to climb the pole, you climb the pole.
Even pastors, even
if money is your problem. If he tells you to climb the pole, you climb the pole.
So that's why I said before, LRL, before you guys came into our conversation, we have men and we have matured men. So at the end of the day, if you're not ready with all this, your fetish, whatever you're into, you should have gotten that out of your system before you got married. But if you're married and you're still into those things, you have no business being married. I'm all for you.
If I marry man, if you have desire for threesome, then you are not ready for marriage. You shouldn't be
God
married.
bless you, Mike.
You must be mature, not to have a...
I can understand the side girlfriend thing, but the threesome and all these extra crazy things that you do when you are very young. I mean, come on, man. That you are not ready for. You are not even responsible enough to be a married man. Why do you still need that strong?
Are you saying you can't be adventurous when you get older? Is that what
you do that when you are young, you know, saying for those when you're still young boy flying around. But we can't be a goddamn married man with kids and you're still interested in all these extra things like that, like threesomes and come on, man.
Michael,
I mean, go don't tire now.
Mike, you know why we can't do it while we are younger? Because we don't have the money. The ladies don't look at us at that time. Now we got the money, bro.
Then why you getting married? Enjoy your money before you get married now.
Yes. Okay, let me ask you, Mr. Jewel. Can I ask you a question? Because I see Sully is obviously young, so he's still in. Yes, he is. It's true now. Sully, you're young because Sully, you're in your 20s. So you're young, so you want to experience life, and I appreciate that you want to experience
Son is a very young boy.
He thinks like a man, though. He thinks like a man,
very young
No, he's not a man. He's a child. He's a child.
He thinks like a man. He thinks like a man.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Mr. Joe, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, how will you feel? How will you feel if your husband say, if your wife say, honey, I would like to sleep without your friend, or I would like to go experience something outside that you can't give me.
God bless
you. I think I've answered that question.
No, that's not what I said. I said, how will you feel? Now I'm bringing it to a realistic level to you. No, so you can't answer it. You're not married.
She wouldn't bring that up. She wouldn't bring that up to me. That is an aberration. It's not possible. But let me tell you this thing. Let me tell you this. In 2012, I was writing a paper on divorce in the United States, and it happened to be in 2012, right? So it was a philosophy class. So I was writing a paper on divorce in the United States. I think I've said this thing on your show before, and I was it was finance, then infidelity. That's the causes of a divorce in the United States. So this is me now trying to look for a solution for infidelity, and you cannot use God. You know how they do here. You can't use any Bible. You can't use any quotes. So a friend of mine decided to take me to a club. It happened to be a swingers club, and when I went in there, I was afraid because while we were going, she was trying to she stopped at a liquor store to buy drink, and I was like, girl, don't worry, I'm only 2 years in the United States. I don't want to lose my citizenship. I'm not yet gone for my stop, so just I can afford a drink. She was like, no, it is what they do there, right? I said, okay. We bought this drink, we got in there, and I was like, wow, I never knew something like that happened or existed. So now she said she brought me there so that I can interview people. I interviewed 3 couples, and it was I was amazed. I mean, it's not something that I really support, but I can see the reasoning. I can see the reasoning. Now, one of the guy I interviewed, or one of the couples I interviewed, the guy told me that when he was still okay, because he got into an accident and had a spinal cord injury. So, with spinal cord injury, from, I think he got it from, I think 6th or 7th. So from 6th or 7th was paralyzed. And this dude told me that before this thing happened to him, that they were having sex every day. Now he is not able to do that again. That he found a place like this and brought the wife, so that the wife can, because when he looks at the wife, everything about his wife is perfect, except that she loves sex too much. Now, which brings me to one thing that I always find out in our marriages. The premium we place on sex, is so much that if we can put it in a ball, it can break buildings. And we flog it against the building, it will break the building. It is so much. Oh, the man cheated. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like he killed somebody. But if you take a step back and look at, if this guy or this lady, I'm making a case for both parties now, if they cheated on you, if that is the only thing that they are bad at, probably they have no sexual control, or probably they want it more, but every other thing that they're doing in their life is good, what would you say? Are you going to say go? What is the guarantee that the next one you're going to bring, that one might be faithful to you, but you go see win, you go see shege? So my thing about life is this, my thing about relationship is this: the two people involved should work their things out. That's why when it comes to marital affairs, I don't put my mouth in it. Work your shit out. Because when I went to that club, because that paper, I ended up getting a 99. In fact, my paper, the teacher had to hold, she held it and was like, I am 67 years old. I've not heard about a place that I said, I just came from Nigeria. I've not had. And I pointed to the lady that took me there. Human beings will always find solutions to their problems, right? But when we start looking at things from our own prism, right? And
So
for the
did
lady
you
that asked me the
partake in
question,
the excesses of that place when you finished your did you?
no.
Yeah.
That was if one man. I was afraid.
Yeah,
You
you
don't
did work
understand. I
out.
just came from Nigeria. Right? I was only barely 18 months. So I was afraid. I was like, I was so afraid that I was telling her, look, I can afford a drink. You don't need to, so that we don't smuggle a drink. I thought she was trying to smuggle a drink because she could not afford it. And I was like, no. And after the interview, I left. But it was an experience that I saw, and I said, look, allow people to do their shit.
Can I tell Mr. Drew, can I tell you something? I quite agree with you, everything you said, you narrated, but the truth of the matter is this. As much as African claim side chick, all this stuff, they don't know what the depth of sex is all about. Because guess what? If they were really enjoying it and doing what's like the Europeans, we Americans are getting out of it, their quality of life will be a whole lot higher than what it is.
Adana, God bless you. God bless you.
They are not. Because guess
they
what?
Don't even know how
Think
to
about the men back here. Think about the men back home. The effort that goes into hiding it. The effort that goes into hiding it. That stress alone. These are men who are overworked. No matter if you have the money or you don't have the money. Here, there's something called, there's a peace of mind you get when you come home. Your air condition, there are basic necessities.
So Americans don't do side chicks?
Oh, they do. They do, Mike. Oh, they do. They do more than side chick. They are into swinging, that's what I'm saying. The level of what they are into, Africa is not even ready for that. They can't. Because you know why? We frown on sex. We don't talk about sex enough, on my view, because when you meet someone you meet a girl now back home and you tell her, oh, you look good, automatically she thinks you like her. You want to sleep with her.
It's the same thing here. It's the same thing in America. You cannot tell a lady, "Oh man, you look beautiful." The next thing she will tell, "Oh, I think he's hitting on me." It's the same. It's the same thing. Look, like I always tell you,
And
like I
that's
would
why
say,
more of the reason why our men need to be careful here when they're doing this side chick distant, because I don't know what job you do, but one thing I know, the kind of men that I deal with and I see, your professional license, you do not want to give that up because of a pussy. You cannot. I can't. You look stupid giving up that, because women will do and say anything just to bring you down. So more of the reason why you need to be very careful.
Adana, do you know what I believe about this man that goes around looking for threesome and whatever they're looking for? They don't even know how to engage in sex with their partner, their wife. They are not satisfying that woman. If you're really satisfying your woman, if you know how to do it actually, you won't even have that.
But that's satisfying the woman. How does that satisfy me?
You're going to be satisfied anyway.
Ow!
You're going to be satisfied any which way. You're going
So
to be
do say you are saying the reason they are going now is because they are not satisfying their wife, or I mean, because their wife is not satisfying them.
They're going out because they're not satisfied. Mike, let me tell you.
They don't even know how to engage in it, Mike. That's what I'm saying.
Sorry,
Okay,
Dupsy.
hold on, one man.
Okay.
Can I say something, Mike? I want to ask you something. Do you know the level of our men who their manhood doesn't, like, they have to take a pill? Our men do not take care of themselves. They don't. It's the truth.
Okay,
Low
but
testosterone. We have. Oh yes, listen. Trust me, Sonny, let me tell you what. Sonny, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, you're a man. Enjoy that this mandingo right now. There's going to come a point where you're going to keep staring at it and it will not do anything. Enjoy it. It's life. So the point I'm trying to tell you is this. If we are having sex, like Miss Dupsy said, if you handle a woman, if a real woman handle you, you will not have the strength to go and be looking for another person.
Adama, you see, Adama, you're seeing things from a woman's perspective. The reason why men have side piece, it's not because you are not good enough. I just want you to have that.
Because the younger girls are just better.
No. It's not even that the younger girls are even better. It's just that sense of. It's
variety,
sometimes
isn't it?
Variety, right? It is not because you're not good enough. That's the point I'm trying to make you understand. You can wear anything you want. You can bathe with any fragrance that you want. Look, let me tell you. If you ask Jay-Z today, or Beyonce rather, she would tell you that Jay-Z has gone down on her. Why? Still finish. You get used. There's a way you get used to somebody. You've seen that lady. You have seen her naked. You have seen her.
Joel. Did you see that clip of Beyonce and Jen when they were fighting in some elevator over some side chick?
Exactly.
Did you see that?
No.
That wasn't Beyonce. That was
the sister. That was Salon.
Yes, but she was fighting on behalf of the sister. Because
exactly.
Jay-Z was cheating. Yeah.
That's
well, nobody knows the story. The one man. We don't know.
Mike. That was the story. That was the story, right? But the issue there is this. The issue there, where you want to look at it, like very holistically. The thing there is this. We from outside will see Beyonce as, oh my God, Beyonce. If they carry Beyonce, give you now. I give you 2 years, 3 years, my brother. You will get
And that's exactly how women get tired of men too. We want something different. So get that into your head.
That's a lie.
Hold on. We are all human. We always perceive all those things in the same way. So we are all human. So I can get tired of you too. So just have that at the back of your mind. That the woman can cheat with.
Hold on, sorry, just hold on now.
It requires discipline and matured mind to stay with a man forever. It's the same with a woman too. So it's the same.
Dupsy, Ekene joins us as well.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what Ekene is doing in a grown-up conversation. We are not talking about Peter Obi, so I'm not sure. And Isaac Black is with us as well. I'm not sure if Bolaji wants to chime in at any point, but Maybe you want to bring in other voices.
No,
Okay.
I'm just listening. I don't have any.
Yeah.
I don't have anything to say, but I'm just listening to everybody.
Okay,
Can I
dear.
reply now?
No, wait, Solly. Just let me hear. Can I hear? Okay, can I unmute? It might not be there. That's the problem with Ekene. It might not be
I think
there.
I
It might
came.
be
I
eating
think
in
I
the
came in first.
Okay, Isaac. Yeah, go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead.
Well, I have been listening, and right now I have a lot of things going through my mind. I don't even know where to start. I think we should stop making men should stop making the women feel so bad. That's the first point I'm going to, or the first advice I'll give to our men. First, we should stop making the women feel bad.
Thank you, Jerry Isaac. God bless you. Thank you.
Because I had one of our brother talking about different kind of soup, as if women don't lick soup. It's only men that lick soup. I don't understand. I heard another brother said the puff puff and the real meal.
Don't mind
Women don't eat puff puff. And then later, I don't know if he's telling me that women don't eat puff puff for the first meal, and then later eat the real meal. I don't understand. We should stop making some other people look bad, less. I'm not going to be frank with you. I'm not going to tell my son or advise my son on the, I've had a lot of talk from the men, I've heard from the women. I think I will go with the women if I want to advise my son. Every advice I heard from the women today is what I'm going to advise my son.
No,
that's the truth.
They will cheat on him.
That's not his problem.
Have you seen DNA Saga?
Excuse me, sir. I said the problem is not my son, right? The person that cheated on him is that person's problem.
But how will he know?
So, do you know what they call conscience?
You think that women have conscience?
No, I just ask you a question. Do you know what they call conscience?
But Isaac, are you equating men to women? Are women not lesser than men? Is that not the universal? Women are lesser than men now.
My daughter is not lesser than my son. No. My son,
your son?
I like answering, putting my answers personally. I like using myself for any answer I want to give to any situation. I don't think, and I will not accept it, that my son is greater than my daughter or my daughter.
Who carries your name forward? Who carries your name forward?
Let me name carrying. Actually, I don't really understand where your question is going, but when you talk about carrying names, I don't
Who will keep your lineage intact? Who will keep your lineage intact? The boy or the girl?
They don't catch you.
I think that is no. I think that's different.
Sir, can I hold?
That
Can you hold on?
That is okay.
Mr. Isaac, can you hold on, please? Before you answer that question, I want you to think about those men that don't have male children, so that way, if you want to answer it, you can cover.
There are ways around it. There are ways around that. There's a reason why if you have girls in those days, many families do it differently. These days some people even go out and adopt, right?
Yeah, let me answer.
In those days they even allow one of the girls to stay home and have babies. So there are ways around it. But the thing there is this. I wouldn't want us to, it's not a question of, I've seen a lot of people talk about equality, man and woman is equal and all that.
Sorry, Joel, I'm not cutting your flow, but it's this woke thing that we started with.
Exactly.
A male child in any culture is more prized than a female child. For
not in my family. One man, I don't know about you. I'm an Igbo woman. Not in my family. Not in my family.
We all know in Igbo land, female don't inherit property. Because they know that she inherit that property. The husband, the property goes to the husband. Her husband. The man she married will take that property from. Exactly. So me, I go work hard. My daughter's husband will not inherit my wealth. So,
Mr. Isaac, can you explain? Can you answer the question? Thank you.
Yeah. Name Karen. I'm from Edo State, and there is this notorious criminal called Anini. One time in history, he was so notorious, although he died by firing squad. He carried his family name, his shame. So when you say name carrying, it's a different subject actually. Carrying name is different from what we are actually teaching or what we are actually discussing in this very topic. Carrying my name or carrying your name, fine. If we want to discuss that, that's a very different topic. But this topic we are discussing today is not about somebody coming to carry my name. Even if you are a male child like Anini, I will still regret that you are carrying my name. So it depends. That's why I say it's a different topic. I'll still regret if such a person should carry my family name. So carrying name is a different topic. If we are going to discuss that, then we'll be able to say, okay, the male child will carry the name of each family, which is a natural thing. These are natural things. But what we are discussing right now is attitude, character. You understand? Something natural that is there. That's a natural thing. You understand? So I wouldn't advise.
All right, carry on with what you were saying before. Carry on before you were diverted.
Yeah. So I was saying that it will not be fair for a man to get a child. What do you call it? A side chick. If you can only if you ask most of the men, if they do that, you just ask them, do they actually go home and feel comfortable? I think for most men, the answer should be no.
Yes.
Do they go home? Yes. Do they go home and discuss these things with their wives, call their children, and discuss these side chicks? The answer should be no. So as long as they don't do that, they do it secretly. As long as you do it secretly, I don't see it to be something right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Cristiano Ronaldo does not have side chick?
No. Solly, now you're not being realistic. Solly, no. Let him finish.
LeBron James does not have side chick.
No, Solly, you're not being realistic now. Let's leave him.
Sorry, LeBron James does not have side chick, and this guy Giannis does not have side chick. We know that for a fact.
They play. They have.
Okay.
LeBron does not have side chick.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
That went in front of the right country.
And Steph Curry does not have side chick. Steph Curry does not have side chick. So they have celebrities that actually don't have side chicks.
Don't worry, Mike. We know how celebrities' marriages work. We know how it happens.
No. The day will happen, they will expose them quick. I'm telling you, like they will expose them quick. The day Kobe tried it, he was exposed quick. So those guys, they are literally. I'm telling you, man. Those guys don't have side chicks. Man.
Okay, Cristiano Ronaldo. Let me talk about him. Cristiano Ronaldo. Some people mentioned Cristiano Ronaldo. Some people mentioned Neymar. these are great footballers. I respect them. They are doing well for themselves. They play good football. But that is on that side. Then when you talk about having to build your family, I think I will respect somebody like Leo Messi than Cristiano and what do you call him, Neymar. I will respect Leo Messi because I see him as somebody who is so focused on his family, and I don't think there are these talk about on him maybe going for such irrelevant things. I will respect him on that area. I respect all of them on their ground on football. But now when you begin to divide more, bring more things into their lives, I will reject Cristiano. I will reject Neymar on some certain aspects, but I will accept Leo Messi because I see that guy as, I don't know him personally, but I think something just tell me that he doesn't really go like these people on this topic you are discussing right now.
That's true. Messi doesn't have a side chick. That's true.
I don't know. But I see him to be so. So I will respect Cristiano. I will respect Messi over the other guys. Even though they play the same type of football, they are rich, they are that. I respect them on that ground. Then I give Leo Messi an additional respect for that area. Also, you see, life is not about just one side. You might be rich. There are two. Two rich men might be standing before me right now, and then I'll respect them for their money. And then when I look at other area, I might bring one down and then put the other one on a scale of 100.
Isaac, I have a question for you. Isaac, I have a question. Even if you say that, yeah, okay. The question is this: even if you said that Messi does not have a side chick, what about an occasional fling?
Is that really?
Yeah, let's not get too fixated on Messi. I think he was making the wider point. That,
okay, I'm just trying to say that even if you don't have a side chick, do you think men sometimes have a fling, maybe once in a while? Not really somebody you see every time.
I think where Isaac was leading us was that we were applying double standards to the genders. So that's what he was saying. Yeah, Isaac.
Okay,
yeah.
Can you answer the question? Occasional, not really a girlfriend, but a fling, like people like generally men. Maybe sometimes once in a while.
You go to Nigeria and you just feel like
Okay. I think I understand the question. Can I give my answer?
Go ahead, Isaac, because I want to move ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. My answer is this. If the answer I'm going to give actually is not going to be you might not like it because you might say, that's your personal belief. Because I'm a Christian, and then what I believe might not be what you believe. I believe that the X word, it's a very serious issue, because when that happens, that's where life is produced. So where life is produced, when you go to that journey, I hope you know that is where life is produced. So for that reason, you should know that it's a very sensitive topic. I believe that any man that goes to a woman to have the X word is spiritually, that's why I say I'm a Christian, is spiritually attached to that woman. And that's not a very good thing. That's not a good thing. If you have your wife whom you are attached to, whom you are one with, you and your wife, you are already one. And if you believe that, except you don't believe that, then I don't see any need. How are you going to do that? What magic are you going to perform to attach yourself to another one and become one again? One here, you are one here. You are one with this. You are one with that. So that's my own. I don't think
thank
it's
you.
good.
Thank you so much. And that is a matured man right there, a guy that should be in a relationship called marriage. Not people like Joel,
I
Soli,
disagree.
and all these
You
immature
did not even
guys
wait
on this
for my
platform
point.
that they still want to go to Nigeria to go and have girls on the beach. If you're not matured for that thing called marriage, do not go in there, bro. I know Soli is not married, but I know Joel is married. Do better, Joel. Do better with your wife.
See, this is the issue, right? This is the issue, right? I'm making a general statement here, right? And I'm making statements that I know will save marriages. You remember I told you I wrote a paper on marriages, right? And I found out that, you see, most of the things that break us up is something that can be solved, right? If you leave your husband, this is one thing I found out. Most women that I know that left their marriages because of the man was cheating, right? End up cheating with other people's husbands. So my own thing is just this. I'm just talking, looking at it holistically, right? I made a statement, I made a quote once, and I said, because that was when it was like mostly Igbo women. Those days you go on Facebook or you go on other social media, you start seeing them. Oh, your husband did this. Your husband does not do this. Leave him. I start seeing, for every woman you're supposed to leave her husband's house, you created a side piece for your husband. And they were like, oh, my husband will not do that. I said, no, it is an idiom, right? Because what happens here is like, take for instance the United States. It is 79 amongst the black population. It is 79% single mom. Do you think they don't have needs? Look, if you don't go for them, they will come for you. That is how
we should be more matured in our thinking, Joel. Leave all those things and be dedicated to your wife. That's what we're preaching here, brother.
You are preaching. I thought
I'm preaching now. This is my sermon every Sunday.
No, I will disagree with your sermon. No.
Check, bro. Okay, Joel, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Joel.
So the issue is this. The issue is this for me, primarily. My thing is the family should be saved at all costs. Except it's in case of domestic violence. When it comes to violence, then I will be like, okay, you guys can separate. But if it is something that you guys can amend, amend it. Let it not be like, you say, oh, it is dead, oh, everything is gone. No.
How about Joel? If your wife got STD from you, you expect her to still stay in that kind of relationship?
This is the thing now. This is the thing, right? What I'm trying to make you understand is this, right?
For better or for worse.
That's why you should stay with your wife, for better or for worse.
Every life endeavor comes with a risk. You see, every life endeavor comes with a risk, right?
Mr. Drew, can you stop right there? Can you wait for a second?
Hold on. Let me just run up. Let me run up my thoughts. You see, every endeavor you have in life or you engage in life comes with a risk. I wouldn't tell you don't take risk. I would tell you manage risk. Thank you. You can go
Really?
ahead.
Yes.
Manage risk.
I have a question from Mr. Drew. If you are not able to satisfy your partner or your wife, you are not able to do what you like, perform as a man, you expect her to stay loyal to you, right? And not look at another man, right?
No, this one you're talking like it's a different matter. If you're not satisfying your wife, I mean, it's now depending on her.
I asked you. I want you to be honest because you said that you believe side chick,
Can I respond to you? Can I respond?
Let me respond to this matter quickly, right? The guy that spoke earlier on, Isaac, he said he's a Christian, right? And you see, when we talk about the problems we have with Christianity and how double faith that is now, Isaac is a Christian, but he loves Solomon. He loves the wisdom of Solomon. You see, Solomon had 700 concubines. Nobody wants to talk about that, including the Davids and all that of this world. So my point is this. Whatever works for you, both of you, right? Just do your thing. Whatever works for both of you. Even the Bible said that if you do not satisfy your wife sexually, that is a ground for divorce, right? The Bible stated it as well. So my own thing is just this. What you're saying right now, the question you're asking is a different matter. It's a different matter. People that have titles still make love to their wife, but if you're not making love to your partner, it's even condemned in the Bible. So that's answer. I think that answers that question.
Thank you so much for answering the question.
For me, I will not really look at it from the religious angle. I will look at it from this perspective. For a man, you have to be disciplined to some extent. Because I think what hurts most women or most wife is that if they find out that their husband is cheating, because the field is not level on both sides. So if a wife finds that the husband is cheating, I think, to me personally, I think it's not good. And all you guys have been preaching religion. Let's put religion aside. For me, I think, I'm a man too, but I think most men, about 65% of men, do have a fling or maybe have a side chick. I'm sorry to say this. This is the truth. And there are several reasons.
Remy, how did you come up with this number now? You guys just tell us.
I will tell you how I come up with that number. Let me give you a scenario. Most men, when they are married, they have friends. And sometimes, if they have more money in their pocket and they have friends and they like to drink, maybe you like drinking and you like watching football. When men get together, there are so many things we discuss among ourselves. If there's a tendency for your friend to just have a fling, there's a chance that you, that are a friend to that guy, you must also have a fling. I'm not talking about real 100% side chick. I'm talking about fling now. So when you put like 10 men down, I can categorically say that 6 or to 7 of them, we have a fling in their marriage. The wife might not know about that one. We are not talking about having a side chick that he is calling every time. This is the truth, unless we are deceiving ourselves or we are not saying the truth. The same thing go for women, but women maybe not to 6 or 7 out of 10, but I can categorically say maybe between 3 to 4 out of 10. We also have a fling, not really a normal boyfriend because of several reasons. When people get married, there's so many things that happen. Maybe the man out of stress cannot perform as when they are boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. And if the other partner, the female partner, libido is very high, there is a tendency for her to look for satisfaction elsewhere. Without the husband knowing, and without also not leaving the husband, there is a tendency for her to do that. And people that talk about religion, this is just a double face. We have known that even in the religious house, that is where it's even more paramount and it's even more terrible because they will use religion to cover the thing, but actually they even do worse, more than ordinary person. So I don't support it, but as a man too, I think if you want to have a fling or probably a side chick, you better have it where you do not domain with your wife. I mean, not in the same city. Maybe far away. But I do not support it, but sometimes there's something in men, maybe because of your friend, or because you also want to feel belong, or because you are tired of your woman sometimes.
Can I explain that part?
Okay, go ahead.
It's not just men, it's males in general. It doesn't even matter what species. There are a lot of tests. For example, they put a chicken with another chicken, or it was even a cow, and after a while, the male cow's libido was getting lower and lower, and he wasn't having sex anymore. But then they put the same cow in the same room with 20 other female cows, and all of a sudden, he had the energy to have sex with all of them. That is because men naturally want variety. Now, if you say, oh, women want variety too, yes, but they want variety from the best man. Not from random men.
Even animals, they love variety. Human being, living things love variety.
But from the best man.
Stop it. When people say men loves variety, human beings loves variety, plants loves variety, animals loves variety.
I understand.
So that's the way it works for living things.
You won't see a man saying that he's not going to sleep with a woman because she does not have bachelor's degree. But you can see a woman saying that. So they choose the best men. And if they love that man, they will not be able to, no man will be able to come in front of their eyes. Now, if you say, oh, if a woman does it, can she still come? No, she doesn't deserve a relationship anymore because that means she doesn't love the man. Who wants
but your woman can forgive you.
No man wants to be married to a woman that does
but
not
you expect your woman to forgive you when you go
let me shock you, Sully. There was a reason.
Wait now.
Sully, let me shock you.
There was forgive me because she should have known that all men cheat. It is only somebody.
No, I corrected you earlier. I said all men don't cheat. You cannot. No.
Because
all men, you cannot. No, you cannot use that word all. No, you can't. No. I don't want your explanation. No, you can't.
Solely, all men don't cheat, though. There are many men that don't cheat solely. So don't say all men cheat.
Thank you. No, Solly, you can't say. No, Solly, wait. You need to wait. Solly, no, wait. I've allowed you to speak for so long. You need to wait.
You don't like the truth. You don't like.
No. You need to wait. No, you need to wait and be patient.
Solely is not truth now. How can you say it's the truth? Solely, let her come in.
No, you need to.
Adama is my co-host on this show. So please respect her already.
She doesn't just want me to say it.
No, Solly.
You don't like what I'm saying, but that's the truth.
No, Solly. Listen, let me tell you, sorry.
Even if it's not true, let me say it.
Oh, but wait, before you say it, wait, you can't say it. I made a correction. I told you all men don't cheat when you said that earlier on. Mike, and you just said that again. I want you to be mindful of what you say on this platform.
Okay.
Mike comes here. You see, before you speak, we have a lot of people watching us. Mm-hmm. We need to be careful the kind of information we are putting out.
Okay.
So, are you using that broad word, all men cheat? Even Mike corrected you. No, all men don't cheat. There was a research that was done. Let me shock you. Do you know women cheat more than men? Married women, to be precise. Okay? So before you speak and get on your high horse, I know you're younger. I want you to listen to the older people here on this platform.
Okay.
I have a daughter your age, so when I say something, I know where I'm coming from. So don't just put that narrative that it is this way, it is that way. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I reply you? You said married women cheat more than men. Yes, that's because it's easier for women to cheat. If men could cheat the same way as women could, if a woman walks out and she dresses like a mad woman and she's saying crazy things, a man will still sleep with her. That's how easy getting sex is for a woman. But if a man dresses
that's not even a breaking news now. It's not.
Yes, no, but they don't.
That
know.
says a lot about men. That says a lot about men.
Okay, let me say a lot about men. I'm telling you the truth.
Sorry, hold on
I'm
a
telling
second.
you the truth. If
Sorry,
we're in biology class, no, please let me just finish.
Sorry, let me just say this.
Class,
Hold on.
You will
have your turn. Just hold on.
This is.
Elematic, you come to.
This was my turn now.
I wanted to corroborate your thought. Let me say something. I think I think it was Adam, right, that said men. I mean, from our studies, like I said, it shouldn't be a breaking news. Time immemorial, women have always been on top of the cheating ladder, but they are like cats. They know how to cover their tracks as they move on. Unlike men that are careless and can be, so it's not a breaking news. If you are very close to anyone who probably is an attorney, and probably the major focus of his practice is maybe family law, right? You will pity men, the unprecedented level of the nastiness that they go through and what you will see, the secrets in marriages. I'm not trying to say this to discourage anyone.
Fact.
Women, they are up there in the cheating arena more than men. So go ahead, Solly.
So, but that does not discount the truth that
And Solly trying to accuse men of being all men, like it's all of us.
Let me agree with you guys. Not all men cheat, but majority of men.
Solly,
cheat.
can you wait, please, before you say anything? Can you wait? Mike TV, can you hear me? Can you unmute yourself?
No, don't put my TV in. No. Get rid of my TV, please.
Hold on. That's what I'm about to tell him. Mike TV, if you're hearing me, I want you to exit right now, please.
Thank you, darling.
Ma'am, you don't run shit. You just triggered because I called that lady out.
Wait. Go. Just get rid of whoever had him. I don't know who did, man. Why would you have this guy? We all know what he's here to do, man. Just have to insult the women and throw. That's it. I'm the one that put him back.
Thank you so much.
Who added him? Was Juicy? Was it you that added him?
No, me. They know how to
he
come
probably
in.
clicked another. Yeah. Yes, he came in. Yes.
No, let me get rid of him, man. No, we don't need him in this conversation. He's not here to.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Solly, go ahead.
Mike, who is he?
So
we'll tell you about him later.
So my point is that let me agree with you. Let's reach at equal tables. So most men will cheat. If you say you will not cheat, let me give you $100 million, 2 Lamborghinis, and a mansion, and tell me that the day you die, you will never cheat because of how many women will be throwing themselves on you. Now, the men that you say don't cheat, it is because they cannot cheat. They don't have the means to cheat. They don't have the popularity. They don't have the finance. They don't know how to talk to women. They don't know how to seduce women. But I guarantee you, if they could, majority of them would.
No, there are a lot of wealthy men that don't cheat. There are a lot of wealthy, comfortable men that don't cheat solely.
And you think they've never cheated before? Even Bill Gates.
Maybe they have, but they don't cheat anymore. Probably they have.
Wow, so they retired from cheating.
They don't.
Cheating has retirement age.
It's not. No, you can't just generalize like that. That's what they're trying to say.
In general, that's how it is. Even Jeff Bezos. Why are all these billionaires getting half of their money taken? Because they cheated. Every single time they lose their funds, it's because they cheated. All of them. Bring who has not cheated that you know, that is rich and famous. Which man? Even pastors do.
LeBron James is not cheating.
I'm going to change.
We know so many of them.
I'll say majority of men.
But you say you just answered who do we know? And that means you're saying all. Now you're saying it's not all. I mean, come on now.
But you know what I mean now.
No, if you're done, let's move it forward. What do you want us to discuss next?
Yeah, life is good. Enigmatic. Do you still want to say anything? Enigmatic. Are you still
let me just say this real quick. Look, let me we are in a different generation now, right? Because when we're talking about marriages and relationships generally, we really need to understand the concept and the idea that actually defines those two things, basically. And a lot of men, the moment they understand that they are not dealing on the same frequency as the women, they will know their space in a marriage or in a relationship. They will know where they belong. A lot of women want to have a husband. A lot of them do not want marriage. And some want marriages, they don't want the husband. So you should understand how to differentiate what this means. So then you as a man, you should always understand that if you are maybe 2 years older than your woman, 3 years older than your woman, or mate or whatever, this woman, they are still not your mate. So I want you to flash back when you were in maybe secondary school. I don't want to call it high school now, secondary school, back at home in Nigeria. Or look at your classmates who were female in GSS 3. You will see you are still acting like a little boy. Those ones are already grown. By the time you were writing your WAEC, they are already the kind of conversation they are having, the type of exposure they have is quite different from yours.
They started dating those in the university. They started dating those in university when we were in high school.
So by the time you were in SS3 preparing for your WAEC, you are still playing. Your whole focus is to play games and to do some normal boys things in the house or probably around the street. These people probably they were already dating somebody in the university at that point, and they won't even want to date you. So, and these are the people that you will metamorphose to the university and eventually get married to, maybe one or two of them. So you understand the dichotomy of that nation now. So now, fast forward, you are the husband, she's still the wife, right? And then you want to believe you are operating in the same wavelength, but you guys are in the same marriage, right? Have you asked yourself, I'm speaking now, maybe sometime when I speak about these things, the legal part of me comes out because of the experience that we've been able to see and what we've been able to be private to, right? Marriage is good, don't get it twisted. But when you are dealing with humans of different gender, that is directed by their emotions sometimes, by their nature sometimes, they have different species of everything that you have to talk about. And I just gave you a background story to how it happens now. So look at yourself as a man and look at that woman. Are you guys on the same level? Are you operating on the same level? Why do you think it's easy? This is marriage, right? It should be equal. It should be no secret. It should be nothing. But do you know it's very easy for a man and something like a naturally more like a thing of pride to say, oh, I believe men in the house, they will understand this conversation. We can be among ourselves and say, that street, all the girls, you can point to how many girls you've had or how many guys have had in the street. But it will be very difficult for girls to have that conversation because what becomes a point of celebration for you or bragging right becomes like a shame to them. And that's why you see that it's easy for a guy to say, this is my body count. And it's very difficult for women to say, this is my body count. But you guys are...
enigmatic. If you're only talking about the modern, traditional women, these modern ladies, someone like Nicki Minaj or Megan Thee Stallion, they will tell you their body count quick.
Okay, those are American. I mean, okay. Except we want to talk if you want to restrict it to Nigerian women, you deal with. I don't know if some of you are married to Americans or some people that are different from Nigerian women, right? Nigerian women, they still have that cloak of secrecy as against these people here. The white
traditional Nigerian men is like that too now. They will feel shameful to be talking about I'm not a decent man, I sleep around. So it's traditional people that do that have that sense of shame. But modern people,
you have to understand that we deal with a lot of simp now. There are so many simp as men that are. Do not forget a foolish young 5-year-old kid, right? Foolish to high school, to university, will still be a daddy to somebody. That doesn't mean he's not foolish. Will still be an elder in the street. That doesn't mean he's still not foolish, right? A fool will grow up to be a daddy and an elder and somebody is looking up to. It will still not take that yoke of foolishness out of that person. When you are gullible, you are gullible. So there are different type of men now that we are dealing with. We deal with a lot of simps in the family now. And that's why you see most kids turn out to be what they are these days, right? So when men are able to understand these things, they will know where they belong and how to treat their women and how to respect themselves in marriages. But when you want to go to the major topic of the day, how would black men stay away from their exes or wherever? Solly was trying to say something, but he didn't say it the way it should be said. Naturally, right? Men are polygamous by nature. Somebody is speaking there. I don't know who that person is.
Joel, mute yourself. Okay.
So naturally, men are polygamous by nature, right? Which is a fact that African men, we are polygamous by nature. I'm not going to say men, I'm part of them. We are polygamous by nature. We are driven by what we see first before we talk about the brain or probably the mental gravity that we are dealing with. And then when we want to flip it to the Western culture and the Western influence, especially when you live in Canada, in the UK, in Australia, in America, right? And you've been living here for a while. There are so many. There becomes a paradigm shift in your thinking formula and how you see things. And do not forget, I don't know if I'm saying this, which I know that for a fact, especially in America, most of our women, right, they get intimidated by the American women. Do you guys know that?
Exactly. It's true.
They get intimidated by this American
That is so true. That is so true. I grew up here, but not me. They do get intimidated a lot. That's true.
So, and then you understand why
enigmatic. I think it's more of like complex.
Yes, you can say complex and self. When you see a Nigerian man or a Nigerian woman, right? Maybe she has she's suspicious of her husband doing something sneaky outside, and then she finds out it's an Nakata, quote unquote, or a white woman or a Kokoye. You know what? She will be more terrified than to find out it's going to find out is equal, maybe a Nigerian lady.
Enigmatic. Don't you think it's because? Sorry. I just want to ask Enigmatic this question. Don't you think because that African woman knows that he came from Africa, where those people white or maybe Native American, this is their country, so that is the perception.
No, that's not the reason. Let me tell you the reason.
Don't think it's part of the reason.
No, that the major reason is our African women, right, regardless of the exposure they have, regardless of the freedom of mind they have, or regardless of how they really want to be explorative, right, quote unquote, in the other room, they can't match these people. When these people, when they come back, when they
you are talking about that one. I thought when being a competitor with them.
So when they hold you, when you don't hold yourself, or you are the type of man that maybe you are intellectually equipped, but you are not street smart, you may easily lose your marriage. If you date these people and you cannot hold yourself, you probably lose your marriage to them, because they will take you where you've never been to in your life.
Are you talking from experience, man?
Enigmatic.
No, I'm just
enigmatic. It's just like you're talking about if you're in Nigeria now, right? And you heard that your husband is dating someone outside, and you ask who is the person, and then the person is from Calabar or Akwa Ibom. You know, 90% of the
So nobody should justify, but is it okay? Is it appropriate? No. When you are married to a woman, you stick to your woman. When you are married to a man, you stick to your man. But the human nature in us, is it giving room for that, especially in this type of the world, where you see the beauty of the beauties? What do you want naturally that you won't see in these women? So it takes the grace of God, right? And this is where, again, I have a sister, and I'm speaking from experience, and I'm a man, right? And we cannot this is an adult conversation, and this I believe everybody here, we are professionals in the corporate America or Canada or UK, where you belong, right? So now this is where we as men should give our women the cheat code. What is the susceptibility of them losing their men easily, right, outside? Because there are some things that they do in the house that push these men out, especially in this America. I can tell you for a fact. Why do you think in Indian communities, right? When you look at your colleagues that they are in the same IT world with you, they are in the corporate world with you, and even sometimes you look at their wives, executive vice president, right? Top notch, principal this, principal that in the IT world. But
and they're still very loyal, very loyal,
very humble, and still homely, and still playing the wifey role to the fullest.
Enigmatic. Don't you think that one arises because of the culture of the Indian culture, which is very similar?
That's what I'm speaking to now. But let a Nigerian woman let her be a registered nurse. That is where
no, it is over.
You know, So you will see if you are the simp of a man, you probably lose that woman.
But let's be fair, Joel. When the husband and wife come here, the only thing that make the woman begin to become westernized is when the man starts to become westernized, and then she just follows.
No, I
But typically, hold on. Typically,
Mike,
when the
God bless
Nigerian
you. God bless you, Mike, for saying that.
typically when the Nigerian man maintain that culture, that Nigerian culture, and doesn't change and keep that same mentality from back home, the woman doesn't just. No, usually when the man start going west, that's when she follow west too. That's what I noticed.
Let me tell you this, Mike.
Mike, enigmatic. Let me just say this. It's your floor. You continue. Mike, let me tell you this. Probably you've not been following social media of late.
Thank you.
Go to social media. Most of them
they don't tell you both sides of the story. People usually tell one side of the story, whether the man or the woman. They will just come and say, "My wife came, she changed you," but you don't say you changed too.
No,
the woman too.
I know many stories, real life stories that I
Mike,
saw.
I think Joel wanted to say something. Let him land so that I'll just.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not there. Go ahead.
So Mike, what I was trying to say is this: it's just simple, right? You see them on social media. Go and see the kind of thing that they say on social media. And look, let me tell you, I am narrowing it down to Igbo women. I don't know about Yoruba women. I don't know about Hausa women. But you see this Igbo women own. I did see them life. If some of the things that they for me, I don't know, but I'm just telling you about the Igbo women own. If I'm telling you what I see them right, then you could imagine if you are a man that you don't know this lady and you see her writing this thing, you will not allow that person come 100 years close to you. So the thing there is that the attitude that they start expressing at home, sometimes they want to be like masculine. I want my woman to be still feminine.
Women are not mad. They are not mad. If you behave anyhow, you go see anyhow.
Let me confirm.
You always use this. You do anyhow, you see anyhow. It's not a fight.
You cannot win when you do anyhow or you see anyhow. You can't win that battle with a man.
You better behave yourself, then your wife
and then
will be nice to you.
Mike, you said something. Let me just conclude now, and then to corroborate what you just said, Joel, and then to match it with what Mike said. Yes, I said we are dealing with a lot of men who are simps. They think they are men of the house, right? But in the proper definition of it, they are actually the wives. Because, most of these men, they've been trapped, they've been blackmailed, they've been manipulated, they've been maneuvered to the point that they become simps in the house. As a traditional Nigerian man, right? Sometimes they may say probably, okay, you are stubborn. No, sometimes you have to be objective. Being objective could be tempted to be stubborn sometimes. And then being firm and in control of your home sometimes could be said you are arrogant. And then control has different meaning. Some people it could be negative, it could be positive. But when you guys were in Nigeria, as crazy as Nigeria is, the marriage is standing firm. But when they move abroad, this jackpot syndrome recently, don't you see the level of the decadence in marriages, the level of mistrust in marriages lately? So now, what is the reason for this? This is where you see that most marriages these days, they are transactional. There's this perception that some Nigerian women now have commercialized relationships, right? Rendering them basically transactional. So this view, I believe, stems from the socio-economic pressures, where financially, the financial stability becomes more or less a significant factor now in relational decisions. So when you look at this, it reduces the relationships to mere transactions, which overlooks some of the complexities and the genuine connections that you actually exist in marriages, even marriages that are still holding, that have been there for a while. We have to understand the fact that we have to get out of the delusional, facade about marriages in the Western world. I'm speaking from the American experience now. right? And then how we see it these days. Like I said earlier, when you look at a woman will like I think it was Solly, a man will say, I want to get married. But what a man is looking for in a woman is I just want an educated woman, somebody who can think and who can help me manage a home. But on the other hand, you may be a top guy in your professional field, right? Let a woman be a top person in that professional field. She will bring a full brochure. I want this. I want this. If I'm a medical doctor, it should be this. If I'm an IT person, if I'm a lawyer, it should be this. If I'm this, it should be this. But at the end of the day, everything
enigmatic. Before you continue, I don't blame the women that do like that.
No, I'm not blaming them.
You cannot be a top.
Hold on, Mr. Enigmatic. I have a question. Can I ask you a question, Mr.?
Yeah,
Are you saying all accomplished women from the African culture act this way? Is that what you're describing? So I understand what you're saying.
No, I will really caution you to be cautious about the consensus fallacy now. No, I'm not generalizing. And I make scenarios about the Indian community. Nigerians, you think Nigerians are successful in America? Go to the Indian communities and you'll see success.
Can I just interject in that point? Because you keep on bringing the Indians.
Yeah, we start rounding up. We are almost 3 hours. So
let me just make my interjection on the Indians. I believe the Indians are like that because their women are feminine. It doesn't have anything to do with culture. When they leave their country, they see that their men don't get as much as respect as where they came from, and they don't leave the men because they are feminine. They still have that respect. They still have that respect for that man, no matter how low he goes.
Are you saying Nigerian women are not feminine?
Yes, a lot of them are not. A lot of them are not.
No.
Hold on. No, sorry, I'm confused. You said a lot of our women are not feminine.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
No, African women are very feminine. They're very feminine.
Hold on. Do you use the word? Okay, can you give me a little example so I can understand? Because my understanding of feminine maybe is different.
Look at the physical.
It's only westernized Nigerian women that they may not be feminine. Westernized, way traditional, way cultural. A Nigerian woman with a Nigerian woman mentality. She's very feminine.
No, she's not.
Mike, let me ask you a question.
One thing that does not make
Mike, I think you live in America. Let me ask you guys. Hold on, Solly. The guys who live in America, and this is, I believe, most of you, even though maybe you've been married before you were married before you came to the US and you came with your wives or your partners, but you must have had this experience in the past, or probably hear from a story. Have you? When you put side by side now, right? This is not to knock out anybody or to condescend the integrity of our women, but have you seen a situation whereby when you place a professional Nigerian woman, right, side by side with a professional American woman married to Nigerian men, right? Have you seen the stories from the men in the marriages as against each other? What usually is what can you say about
horrible? Okay. And to take it further. I mean, most. I'm not saying it's all though.
Let me tell you. Okay. There is a problem. This is where something usually go wrong in that situation, right? The Nigerian man, right? He doesn't understand that. Okay, the woman has become educated, has become more intelligent, she has become more of an enlightened person. Now you continue to want to engage her as if she was still that uneducated woman. You understand? So no.
Asians do that.
But wait now.
Why is it different?
Give me a second.
Guys, let's round up. Running out of time here.
I quickly want to chip in.
I'm going to give you 1 minute. Don't worry. I'm going to give each and every one of you 1 minute to just tell me your final thoughts. So, guys, thank you so much for coming for this program. I call it Sunday Sermon. So we come here every Sunday to preach say our minds on different topics. So I'm going to go with Mike first. Mike, can you just go?
Susie, always pick me first. I noticed that. Is there a particular reason for that?
I go because the way we are on the screen. You are a co-host, so you come next to me. That's why you don't want to go first.
I thought a co-host was supposed to go last.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Mike, you can mute yourself. Sully, Gen Z Buddy.
Yes,
can you go ahead
thank you
and
very
tell
much. So you can't use that excuse because we all come in as immigrants. Africans, Asians, Indians, they all come in. But one key thing about it is Nigerians are very ambitious, especially even our women are ambitious. And when you want to do business, you have to be aggressive. You have to be confrontational, and what makes you lack your femininity is being confrontational, because you are doing it with your man too. You've gone to work, you've been doing it all day, you come back and you do it also. It is not about culture. It's just how different people are. Asians have the same situation. They take the same jobs, but you rarely ever see them being confrontational to men in general or their own men. But you see it all the time with Africans. You see it all the time with Black Americans. That's just the difference. If you want to argue that that these women are masculine, well, look for the definition of masculine features and then compare it to what they do on a daily basis.
Solely, you just found that out from TikTok. You should not be questioning other people's femininity.
I'm talking about real life. I'm talking about real life
You
experiences.
don't do that. You don't question women's femininity when your own masculinity is in question. You don't do that.
Okay, all right. You can say that because you are
Ms. Dempsey,
offended.
can I ask a question before?
I spoke facts and you are insulting me.
Please go ahead.
No, I'm not insulting.
Is there a way we can extend this a little bit, if you don't mind, because this topic is getting quite deep.
Okay, you guys can go ahead. But if I'm not, if I didn't unmute myself, Adana, you can be in charge.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. Thank you. Yes, I will.
You guys
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Yeah.
Dupsy, where the wrong go?
I want to relax, so.
Okay, Solly, you're the one talking.
Okay, you guys should continue. Solly, go ahead.
So
I want to respond to Solly, please.
So
first and foremost, Solly, I want you to understand one thing. When you see a lot of Asian women, especially from maybe China and India, when you see their bone, they have a small bone. So they are more feminine than African women. You are right. But at the same time, from their culture, the way they handle their men is different. Their approach is different. They look feminine, but inside the home, internally, they are the one that control the financial and everything. But outside, they look very soft, very gentle, and you will think that they listen to the man. But inside at home, they are the real king.
How do you know? Have you dated Asian before?
I live in China for 10 years.
Have you dated an Asian before?
He said he lived in Asia for 10 years. He said he lived there for a while.
Okay, that's not my own experience because I've dated all
can I say something? Can I say something?
Telling you what it is, so you.
Yes, can I say? Yes, could you guys listen, please? If you're not speaking, can you mute yourself? You're only allowed to mute yourself when you're about to speak, please. I appreciate it. Solly, you have 2 minutes, and we'll go to Mr. Jewel.
I've said my point. It seems some men want to argue with emotions they want to get on the good side of the women. Me, I'm used to not being liked, but I'll say the truth, and you cannot argue with facts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Jewel, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much. The issue here, like I've always said, is in a relationship, just do what works for you. Don't say because it worked like this for this person, it worked like this for that person. I can give you one example. When I came to the United States, so I met this lady, and I was going to take her out, and she wanted me to open the door. Anytime I see her, I did that the first time, right? But something that you're not used to, she wanted me to be doing all the time, and I fell out with her. It's not in me. It's not my culture. It's not going to happen. And in fact, when I married my wife, she was like, don't you see how these people? I said, look, girl, I mean, I don't have any problem with you going to get married to them. But I don't think I can just, if I'm doing it, I'm being fake. Right? It's not like it's not a good thing to do, but if we're born with it, then do it. My thing is this. It's like whenever we come, whenever we leave, it happens a lot. Whenever we leave that country, Nigeria, even if we went to Ghana or Cotonou, immediately we come back, we start speaking phonetics. We want to be like the white or the African Americans so bad that we negate our own culture. And that is the problem, and that is what I have seen.
Hey, Joe, can I ask you a question? Do you think that's the reason why when you guys make an example of the Indians that they come, they still remain this? Do you think it's because when from Nigeria, they're already selling these Western, becoming Black American kind of thing to us? So when they come here, they just trying to melt into the Black American community and begin to adopt their culture. Do you think that's probably the reason why you guys are saying the Indians come here? Because the Indians, when they come here, there's no already established Indian race or people here where they can say, okay, we're melting into their society. But you can say the same thing about Europeans. When white Europeans come here, they tend to want to melt into the white American way of life, right? Do you think maybe when we come here, some of our people want to melt into the Black American way of life? There's this one guy named Omar Baba Willie that I always call him one man show. You're already trying to talk for me. Trying to be, you already know the guy's trying to become Black American already, that kind of thing. Do you guys think that's the reason why our women, they lose their femininity compared to the Indian women when they come here? Do you think that's the reason?
Yes, I agree with Mike for once.
It is partly so, and I'll tell you why. Because this thing happens a lot. I have many Nigerian women here that will tell you, I probably went out on an occasion or something, and they'll be like, your accent is too thick, right? I'll be like, oh yeah, but yours is also thick. No. If I'm talking to a Black American, my voice is like, they think that I'm American. I say, girl, look, let me tell you. They don't think you're any American. They think you're fucking African. Deadbeat African. I said, no matter how you want to twist your tongue, right? You are who you are. And that's the reason why I know probably I may have twisted my tongue a little bit, but that is just so that sometimes, you don't want, you get so embarrassed all the time. People feel like, I can't hear you, So you make it a little bit lighter for them. But I do not expect that to be who I am. I do not expect my own people to look at me differently or me having that voice because I want my people to see me as someone that has traveled. When I start looking at it from that prism, then it means that I'm trying to be someone else. And I will be so fake doing so. Now, so many people might not tell you what you're doing is wrong. Some people will be like, oh, you always have these people that praises you for any bullshit that you do. But that is the issue that we are having. Whenever our women come here from Nigeria, they have started telling you how it's going to be. Right? So that's the reason why when we come here, you see immediately they go for the Fendi, the designers, right? Is it a bad thing? It's not a bad thing. But when those things start influencing you, the way you deal with your partners at home, the way you deal with your friends and family, then it's a problem. So as Nigeria, for the Nigerian women, I would say this: be yourself. I bet you, if the Indians also came here and met other Indians, they will still keep their culture. After all, there are Chinese that are here before other Chinese started coming here. They kept their culture.
They don't have an alternate culture to adopt you now. The reason we lose our culture is because we begin to adopt the Black American ways and stuff. So not all of us. Usually the younger ones. Yeah.
Yes. If you want to adopt Mike, adopt the white ones. See, it is so easy, right? Because you see, the CNN they show us in Africa and the CNN they show us in the United States are different. So we don't know the culture of the people we are going to meet here, right?
Joel of Nashville, I disagree with you. and I will tell you the reason. When you are in another country and you've lived there for some time, there is tendency for you to imbibe in their culture, including language, food, and everything. And because you are meeting these people every day in a
Well, I mean, there's no universal American culture, though.
I know, but I'm just trying to talk about the language itself, because you are talking to them virtually every day, and there's tendency for you to also like copy or imitate, and before you know it, you might also sound like that. The more you live there, the more your tongue also continue to change. Because sometimes, like you said, there's someone to ask you pardon, or they cannot understand you. So sometimes I know that some people use it just to a kind of show off, but sometimes you might never know. And it's also
But I mean, what Joel is saying is some people trying to force accent on them. They're trying to force. Like they just came 2 weeks ago, and they're already trying to learn. Like they are forcing, trying to check, and they begin to sound stupid, man. They start sounding ridiculous.
Sounds ridiculous.
Well, even them themselves can't understand it themselves.
For example,
that are trying to force it.
In my own situation, sorry, I've never been to America, but the work I did in China has to do with imparting knowledge. And almost like 20 of my colleagues are from America, Canada, and the rest. So I started picking up from them little by little. Although I don't sound American, but at least I pick up from them. And I discovered that with time, my accent changed.
You will subconsciously, I mean, even me, my accent changed without me even knowing. Like you subconsciously start talking differently at some point, like maybe words, but it's not something you force yourself to do. You understand? But some people, you understand? Joy, even you as you talk right now, if you go to Nigeria, some people will tell you that you're talking for them because they're studying words that you to pronounce differently without you even knowing. You understand?
I know.
But we're talking about people that are actually trying to force themselves to like talk like somebody else.
Mike and Joel,
Mike, you see, if it happens,
hold on, Joel,
go ahead.
This thing too, subconsciously, you probably find out probably when you are at work, when you are speaking, in the corporate environment. It will be very different when you I say maybe speaking in this type of platform where you have Nigerians, because subconsciously you tap naturally into that ecosystem, and then you just flow directly, especially when you professional angle.
Can we allow Ms. Bolaji to talk, please, if you guys don't mind?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, let me round up then, and Bolaji will go.
Go ahead.
I really don't. If I have anything to say, I'll chip in. I'm listening to everybody.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Mr. Joel, go ahead. I'm listening to what you're saying.
Okay. So the thing there is that if it is done subconsciously, right, there is no issue. But when you see those ones that try to force it, and we have them in quantums, we have them in numbers. When you try to force it, then you see that gradually you are losing your roots. You are losing everything that made you who you are. And one thing I want to let many people understand is this: they are not going to accept you. You are who you are. They see you as an African, and the pride that you have is that you are even sounding African. If you ask me today, where am I from? I'm a Nigerian American. Many of us have said they are African Americans. And now they're even telling them, African Americans telling them, you're not one of us. In fact, they are trying to, they've already done it. They will be like, they're not African Americans, they are Black Americans, to separate themselves from us. So why do we want to be like them? If our women understand, because what happens is that they start watching all these basketball wives and all those things. And I was surprised. We have a housewife of Lagos State, of Lagos, right? So the kind of bitchy attitude that we see on these shows, right, is what made the African Americans, it's what kept the African Americans where they are today. Because if you look at the channels through which they get their education, let's go to the TV, you go to BET, right? If you're not watching Madea, you are watching the basketball housewife, or you're watching a church program. So you find out that that's BET, that is the own Black station. Then if you now move to the MSNBCs and the CBS and all that, they're just telling you things that are totally off what your cultural values should be. So when our women are saying or trying to emulate the African Americans, you ought to look at where are they? These people I'm trying to emulate, who are they? And it becomes a culture shock when they come here and they find out that they're not even accepted. How can you meet a lady, a lady, you have someone like Cardi B that says, I can cook, I can clean. Some of our women took it literally. They took it literally.
But she cooks and cleans for her husband, though.
But she cooks and cleans for her husband. I mean, the husband has to do a video. I mean, what I would like to say his ex. He has to do a video of her doing it. But many of our women have taken that stand. That is trying to be someone else.
Sorry to cut you. Cardi B has a target audience. She has a target audience. She knows who she's speaking to. She knows that she's talking to all these ratchet black women, black American women.
No.
I might sound racist, but she knows she has a target market, and she has she has to sell. She has to sell her.
Madam C. It is not about the targeted audience. You see, when you sing music, you don't sing your music for only your targeted audience. Your targeted audience will have your patronage. They will patronize you. But that also means that music also, when you play it in the club, all the people in the club are not Cardi B fans. But the thing there is that the words she says, right? You see some women sing it as well.
Sorry. I want you to understand that music like this is not just starting in the 21st century. It has always been, always more subtle too. So the women that can dance and understand that and take that into their home will do that. And there are some other women that won't do that. They just listen for the entertainment and they move on. Just listen and go. That doesn't mean it applies to you.
But that the point I'm trying to make you understand is that it is going to many homes.
Okay, can I ask you something, Mr. Drew? Have you finished rounding up before I say something?
Go ahead.
If I understand what you're saying, you said women are trying to be something they are not, and a lot of them tend. And Mike was like, some of them tend to force this accent and speak like something they are not. I quite agree with you 100%. And the first time I joined the show, I always say this. I think when it comes to pretend, our women will be given an award for it, even an Oscar for it. They should be given a lot of awards for that. And at the end of the day, I always say this. Allow people, I don't know if I'll blame it on our culture or back home, not allowing our women to express themselves, be who they are, have a voice. Right? When they come here, they they go to school, like they're like a fish in a pond. A lot of them don't know how to act. But the truth of the matter is, we need to be honest to ourselves as men on this platform. Like you said, I love what you said. You said, allow people to do themselves, work your stuff out, whatever you're doing. And I really like that, because what we need to go back to doing is, this is me. I'm speaking for myself and my household. You may look at me, yes, I might sound like a professional, I might sound like this. And if you get to know me in person, or if you see me, I am when people say, they're like, what? You do what? Yes, I do. Just because you see me outside and you see, no, I love caring for my man, my kids. I am 100% involved. I will say this, some of our men, they're not, when they come home, they deal with their home like they're dealing with someone in the office. They like to speak with a tone of aggressive. A lot of them are not present. And our women, I always say this, a lot of our women are overworked, mostly nurses. Nurses. I read the comment section and what you said, Mr. Drew. If you meet a Nigerian nurse, their attitude, the way they behave, the way they talk, the way they interact, they act like they're in this thing, you can't even say anything to them. And it's sad, because I don't know what we can do to make our women and our men to understand that something is wrong, because our marriages are crashing here in the diaspora. It's like men feel like they are caves. A lot of our men, when you ask them, they say, oh, I can't afford to pay child support for how many kids. And a lot of these women, they're like, oh, I'm going to teach them a lesson. You can't. I said it last week. Women should learn to be women and allow the men to be men. If you want a man in your life, for me, when I say I want a man to lead, it necessarily doesn't mean financially. Because yes, financial is a big thing. I look at things because I can afford it. Don't look at things because you see Chioma has it, now you want to have it. There's this thing I noticed back home. And if you notice, if you go to social media, you see people, everybody, once they buy a car, everybody wants to drive a Mercedes. First, they started with hair. Let's start with our women, the way they wear their hair. African is known for being black and beautiful. A lot of our women don't wear their hair natural. A lot of women, their edges are gone because they are so fixated on wig. That is, everybody's entitled to do whatever they want with their body. But at the end of the day, we have gotten lost into this culture so much that we no longer know who we are. And you start to ask yourself, you see our women, everybody wants to be light-skinned, everybody wants to look a particular way. And I'm like, why are you all looking the same?
Now you get it. Now you get it.
All right. So, Adama, have we heard from Gas Them Up? He usually has a unique, oftentimes psychedelic.
Yeah, I'm finishing up. I'm about to go to him. Yeah, I'm finishing home. I'm about to get to him. And I'm about to tell him too, Gas Them Up. If you're going to speak, please speak respectfully and don't try to go off, please, sir. So I'm finishing up. So what I'm trying to say is at the end of the day, be your authentic self. Allow the men to be who they are. If you know who you married, you know this person. So try to be yourself. And that's the only thing I can say, because at the end of the day, you're the one that lives with that person. So you want peace of mind. Peace of mind is so big for me that I don't, when it comes to my peace, I would do anything for it. So that's all I have to say. Gas Them Up, you're up next. Go ahead.
You spoke well.
Thank you, sir.
So one man, that's interesting. You said psychedelic. That's funny. We need to have a show where me and you can hash some of these so-called psychedelic concepts out. I think I'll prove to you that none of it is quote unquote psychedelic, but that's okay. To the sister who stated that being respectful, no, sister, I've always been respectful. I have my own opinion. I've never come on this platform and insulted anybody and talked
You
bad
are
about anything.
very disrespectful. Gas Them Up. You are not a respectful guy. So, Adana said the right thing. Be respectful to women on this platform, because I'm the host of this platform. I'm a woman. So if you're not going to respect us, we kick you out. That's why.
But I haven't said anything, madam. I'm trying to...
we know you. That's why she wants you.
So can I get to my point, madam?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wish you did know me. You wouldn't be saying what you're saying, but that's okay. My point is very simple. I've heard everyone's position. I think I'm not a fan of blaming men per se, because I think a lot of times we don't really take into account the difficulties it takes to be a quote unquote successful man in this world. But my challenge is to the African man on this one to say that we can't have it both ways. We can't tell our women to not lose their culture when we haven't made it something that they can look forward to and look up to. Since the time of our interaction with Europeans, we have failed in that regards. And I say that, earnestly, as someone, as I said, I'm not a fan of saying, I'm not one of those guys that come on here and do the quote unquote simping for women. No, not at all. I'm actually very, very critical of some of the behaviors that our modern day women, particularly African women, engage in. But with that said, I think we failed as men in that regard since the time we encountered these Europeans. From our leadership onwards, we didn't do a lot of the reverse engineering that you see other cultures do. So when you see an Indian woman or a Chinese woman still hold on to her culture, she is, of course, going to do it because there's benefits of her holding on to her culture. I know, for example, a Nigerian woman who just recently immigrated to Canada. Beautiful woman. She was a childhood friend of mine. This woman lost her husband. She had she had a son. The boy passed away. May he rest in peace. And then she had 2 girls. And this family, they didn't give her anything. They just discarded her. They don't even check up on the daughters. Took away all the property. And that's why, even in my personal life, I always encourage men to make sure you have life insurance, that God forbid if anything happens to you, you know, your wife will be taken care of, because we can't rely on so-called family. I'm here to say that I'm a big believer in African culture. I read the anthropological reports. I read our linguistic history with our language. There's nothing in our language that talks about oppression of women. The Iyalu Des, the market women, are clear examples of the strong African women who were international businesswomen in that regard, where they would trade for thousands of miles away from their locality. This is proof. So there's nothing in our language that says you should beat a woman or you should abuse women. There's nothing there. But we as African men are not living up to making our culture up to date for our women to want to look forward to doing it. What we're doing, as the sister was saying, with the nurses being overworked, we're taking a very, very terrible approach. So I'm hoping that, we African men and Mon men, if you look at, I challenge Kaizo on this all the time. Look at the way we treat each other on Kaizo's show. We insult each other, call each other dusty. I've known Kaizo on these platforms for years, and I've always told Kaizo, what productive thing have you created on these platforms? What productive thing have we got? We come here, we insult each other left and right. Our women are not going to look up to us. We're there. While other groups are creating think tanks, creating policies and things on their platforms for people to, move forward as a group and as a collective. We are here insulting each other, calling each other this, calling each other that. So we African men, I'll say this, and like I said, I'll end with this. I'm not a fan of bashing men. I often stand up heavily in favor of men. But in that regards, for what these sisters are saying, 100% right. We have to look at our culture. We have to look at where we're failing. Let me finish, please. We have to look at where we're failing, and we have to make it rewarding. On a personal level, I have been with women who are African American. They serve me. I know they cook. I cook, right? But I don't serve my food. I act like an old school African man. However, I'm not beating them. I'm not abusing them. I make it fun for them to want to be traditional. You understand? So if, for example, if your wife comes on, she's tired, help her out. Help her with the children, things like that. That shouldn't be anything making us less of a man and things like that. So we have to make our culture financially, give them financial incentives. We have to work together as Africans to make our countries back home viable.
But, African men don't go to the kitchen. It's against the culture, especially Nigerian men. It's against culture.
Well, first and foremost, thank God you said it. I'm not a Nigerian man. I'm an Isoko man. Nigeria is a creation of British real estate, but I don't want to go into the semantics of that. My point is this. In the West, because that was what the sister was talking about, in the West, our marriages are crumbling because we are not making modifications. If you come to the West and this system rewards women generally, right? They give women all kinds of social services. So if you come here and the thing has changed, be honest with your woman. Tell her, look, listen, it's not like Nigeria where I'm the sole provider. Here, you actually you get your degree. They'll give you more access than they will give me because they see us as a threat. They see black male organization as a threat. They don't like that. So work with our women. Let's make it financially viable for our women to want to accept our culture again. Let's make the village great again. Like Donald Trump said, I'll repeat that again. Let's make village great again. Go ahead, sir.
Have you started a business with a woman before?
Okay, so I'll give you a little bit about my own personal history. I'm a polygamist. All of my wives are in business with me. All of my wife, every single wife that I'm married to is in business with me. That is a fact. I'm not in business. And the reason why, let me tell you why. You're laughing. Let me tell you why. Let me finish. And let me tell you why. The reason why is, one, I have life insurance on me. If I die tomorrow, my wives are okay. They can take the money and go and be with the yoga instructor. I hope my spirit kills him, but whatever. But also, jokes aside, I don't want them to be in a situation that they look back and say, oh, this guy just slept with me. Yeah, he just threw his hips inside of me. Yeah, of course, it's good. They are beautiful women. They are sweet. But let me give them something so that they can look back and say, okay, he didn't waste my time. So that's why I'm saying, let's use these platforms to make our village great again. Let's make our culture sweet for these women to want to come back to us. If we don't do that, they will keep going back to the Oyibo and running there, and we'll be complaining that we're losing the culture. That's what I'm saying.
Let me ask a question.
Within our culture, it's a two-way thing. The men and the women have to be involved. If they do not want to, there are other women. Like I always tell some of my friends, Latino ladies are not bad
But
at all.
point.
Right?
You haven't addressed the point. You're pushing it back on them. Let's address the feelings of us as men. I agree.
No, I disagree with what you said. I disagree with what you said because you said you are
wait, let me just tell this guy. But wait, let me just tell this guy.
No, you said you are in a polygamous situation.
Wait,
so
now, let me.
I'm even trying to ask him, Solid.
One at a time now. One at a time.
Sir, let me address this quickly. Let me address the guy who said something earlier. Sir, wait, okay, you can tell me in 3 seconds. Wait, let me just tell the guy. Sir, once again, I agree. If the women don't want to do you, in this one life, no be by force. You cannot force. I didn't force any woman to enter a polygamous relationship with me. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm trying to tell you is this, is that those that don't want to do, leave them. The ones that want to do, they are ready, they are eager. We have to show them an example. We don't do that. We come on these platforms, we tear each other down. Let's challenge ourselves in the next 5 years as all of us are Nigerian men, African men for this platform. Build something with somebody on this platform. Let's do something so that way we can look back and say, yes, we did this. This is what we did in our communities, in our village. Let's bring small manufacturing to our villages, back to our local government, so we can employ people. So now we can now have a woman be ready to want to serve and be respectful and humble to our man because we've given him capital so he can do it. And then let's also tell the man, you don't have to beat your wife. You don't have to do this. Let's do it that way. And you'll see that the rewards will outweigh. But if we keep pushing at them and say, they no one join, I get Latino woman. See, my brother, me, I tell you, last, nothing for this world sweet past Nigeria woman. I did talk her.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who was going to ask him a question?
Yeah, I was trying to ask him how is he able to practice his polygamy
Enigmatic, you're so. Oh God, why are you like this? Sorry.
Adaba, don't mind enigmatic. He wants to go into that polygamous.
Yes,
that's why
he wants details.
What's the question? What's the specific question? What's the specific question?
Because me too, that's the same question that I was about to ask you. It is about.
Okay, what's the specific question? What's the specific question?
Now, from your situation, it seems like
you ask me the first specific question. The first question.
The question that I'm asking you from your situation.
Okay, say it.
That's what I'm trying to say. From your situation, it seems those women are in Nigeria. We are talking about Western.
No, at all. No, my first wife is a Jamaican woman. My second wife is a Nigerian woman.
Are they in the West?
One is in the West and one travels back and forth. And I'm not saying it to brag. Wait, let me just tell you.
West.
No, they go back and forth. One is in the West and listen now. You're not listening. Listen, my brother.
Put them in the same environment.
Are you going to listen? Are you going to, first and foremost, even in the villages in those days, your wife did not stay in one hut with all of the wives. You gave each wife her own separate hut. That's the first thing. So that's why I say my goal is to work hard and make money so I can make sure that I can afford to keep them in that regard. But my point is this: it's not for everybody, and I didn't do side chick and hide it. Every woman that has ever met me from day one, they tell them, say, see, that's so I be. My grandfather had 8 wives, that's so I be. If you can handle me, deal with me. If you cannot, no fight, I no go force you. Like I said, this thing no be by force.
So are you an Ijo man?
I'm an Isoko man. My mother's side is Ijo. My matrilineal side is Ijo.
Yeah. Okay, but you will agree that this is a rarity. This is a rarity. We are talking about in general.
It's a rarity because like I said, no, you know what is rare? See, may I tell you, my brother, it go shock you. No, see, it go shock you. Say, Nigerian women, they do polygamy back home now. It go shock. Look, may I tell you, it go shock you. Say, if we are back to being, it can work. Listen, let me tell you.
It's a yes or no question. Does it work?
There's no such thing as yes or no questions in life. Let me tell you. Listen, my brother, it can work. It's about you. It's like one person. Okay,
Solly, do me a favor. Mute yourself, please. Let him speak. After him, please. Solly, please mute yourself. Go ahead, gas him up.
Solly,
can you wrap it up?
Yes, I'll round up. No problem. Solly, see, listen. Like I said, it's not by force. I didn't beat them over the head and say, I be polygamous, you must marry me, back. No, you don't treat women like that. I'm a drummer. I play music, right? That's not my profession. I drum on the side. If I beat my drum, I will get a different sound than if I play it quietly. So you cannot beat women into these things. let's go back to being men. Look into yourself. If that's who you are and you can handle it, there's headaches. So I'm not telling you it's one rosy party. There's headaches and everything, but that's the price of being a man. If you know you can handle it, tell women the truth. Let them know this is it. But most importantly, have a plan, have directions. I'm not a guy that is in the strip club. I don't take our money and go to strip club. My wives, I don't take it. They can give me their check. You know why? Because they know I'm not going to blow our money doing stupid things. I'm going to reinvest our money, put it into an IRA, put it into this mutual fund, researching what are the best performing funds, blah, blah, blah. I'm having those conversations with them. Okay, this one is this. Oh yeah, do you want to go back to school? Giving them directions. When you are doing that in a woman's life, or women's life, you'll be shocked that you will not get the kind of resistance. But if we're just coming to the table, not leading them, not giving them pure instructions, and last, if she really loves you, she'll follow you. That's all I'll say.
All right, thank you. Can we hear Mr. Remy talk? I've not heard him. He's not said anything. Thank you, Mr. Remy. You can unmute. Hello? He's not there? Mr. Agmatic, then after Mr. Agmatic, we go to Mike. Mike is the chairman.
Okay, let me just make my final point. Mr. Isokoman, Adehelo, may God continue to butter your bread.
Bless his waist.
Bless your pie. That's the best prayer I can. I mean, you are true. You speak like a true African man. You know, a few of us that does not have that liver, they give you kudos. You will get the liver. So, first of all, we should understand the cultural context and the gender dynamics that we are talking about, especially when we are talking about, because we do not live in Nigeria now, we live in the Western world. So especially when we are talking about our women, we should find the possibility of trying to reduce it to the context of the general Western, living culture. The traditional gender roles in Nigeria have historically shaped the relationships landscape. With men often than not being viewed as the primary providers, and then the women assuming the more domestic roles, particularly in the back home. But however, the increasing influence of the Western culture, as we see it now these days, has instigated, this significant shift in these dynamics most often than not. So that's where you will see Nigerian women are becoming more empowered. They are becoming more assertive. They are becoming more independent, and they are leveraging the opportunities provided by the Western systems, which is a clear contrast with the traditional Nigerian practices. So when you look at that, then it will drive you easily to the American influence or the Canadian influence or the British influence. But when we restrict it to the American system itself, you will see the American legal and the societal framework that is the way it is structured. It offers this robust protections and support for our women. So, and then this sharply, creates a contrasting scenario with the Nigeria's more patriarchal structures that we are used to as our men. So this again, we create a shift, and which will lead to most of our Nigerian women now adopting this more, more assertive stance in their marriages, in their relationships, in their friendship, especially when they are dating our men. And then it often prioritizes the autonomy, and the career ambitions. So which means our ladies now, they tend to prioritize these two factors, the career factors and their ambition, and they want to have this autonomy while still being married, or while still being in the relationship or the marriage or the friendship. So when you trace it down to why is this newfound confidence, but you have to look at sometimes it could be misconstrued anyway, as a pride or as arrogance, as being stubborn by those maybe some men that are basically accustomed to more traditional dynamics of how they think an African woman should function, how they think an African woman should rationalize their thought or their ideas, how they think an African woman should take care of the home or, quote and unquote, cuddle their men at home. But we can't actually continue to wallow in this cocoon eternally, because either we like it or not, we've taken the time to be a pathfinder for them to have this Western exposure. So we should have these evolving expectations in our mindset that as Nigerian women embrace this Western culture and these Western values, and they still live in that value system, they still live in that culture, their relationship expectations will shift, and it will continue to shift. So it will shift to the point where they have to prioritize their own personal growth and their own independence over these traditional roles that we're expecting them to play almost every time. And at the same time, we should understand the fact and respect that these evolving expectations most of the time is crucial for any form of of continued relationship, either in the marriage, either in the relationship, as a friend, or whichever way you want to call it. So a man now should have to find a way to transfuse his mind back to, where do I belong? Because in this point now, you can't choose and pick where you want to belong again. The only way out is either you lose the marriage or you find a way to give them to continue to nurture this leverage that they already have. But at the end of it, I won't blame them. Like I said, we have a lot of simps. Like the so-called brother who just said something now. Ab initio, it tells you his modus operandi as a man, what he expects is in his marriage, in his relationship, and then he's not basically trying to force himself or pin himself down to the influence of the American culture or the Western culture. Yes, we have a lot of people, when we speak on this type of platform, yes, we can be very relative or probably subject ourselves to the Nigeria conversation, which I consider like a backyard arena for us to have, Nigeria conversation. But when you wear the cloak of your professional garb again, you see yourself back in the boardroom or where you function professionally, then automatically, naturally, you basically resort to that. But some men are not understanding that when you are acting like a simp and you are trying to train a boy, you have a boy, a teenager that you are training, automatically you are training a pro-mass version of a simp that you are. So how do you want to lead your wife? How would you lead your daughter? Right? And then the syllogism of the comparison too, I don't think we are too fair to them. So when we try to make these comparative cultural practices, like comparing Nigerian women to those from maybe other cultures, like Indian women who may still naturally maintain strict adherence to their more traditional roles and their traditional values as against our women. It won't be too fair and it won't be too fair, and I consider that it will be too simplistic to just say this is how an average Indian woman, even at the pinnacle of their professional career, are acting as against our women. We just use the nurses, for instance, and I have a couple of colleagues, right, in the academia, in the IT, in the boardroom. I see the way they act, and I see how their husband are unable to actually have this full grasp of the manly control over them. I wouldn't blame that women. I see the men as the people that I would blame, because they are daily demonstrating the simping that we see now in the African men, especially in the Western world. So every individual and the relationship is quite unique in their own way, different ways, different shape, different form. And then the broad generalization can lead to most often than not misunderstandings. But I will give our women the kudos. They've learned and they've perfected the art of making some men continue to wallow in their simping. That is the men who do not want to wake up to the to the reality that they are dealing with women that are more than them in terms of intellectual conversation, in terms of their vision. And like I said earlier, when you go back to how I started my conversation, I said, these ladies that you are dealing with, they are not your mates in any capacity, shape, or form. And I gave a scenario. You should take yourself back to when you were maybe secondary school. In GSS3, the same girl who is in GSS3 with you, she's not your mate. You guys are age mates, classmates, but she's not your mate. When she's in SS3, you are in SS3, she's still not your mate. You are in part 1, part 2, she's still not your mate. So she's still your wife, and you are the husband, she's still not your mate. So either hand for you is a lower hand. Either hand for her is a upper hand. And then she's in an upper situation where she has the environment and the Western culture to back her up. So now you go use your brain at the end of the day as a man, if you don't want to lose. So I'll leave it as this. Thank you, one man.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Response? If that's okay.
Wait first. Can you wait? Let's have everybody. Can you make it real fast because we have Mike?
First, I promise you.
Thank you.
Very
Go
fast.
ahead.
So one thing I want to point out to us African men. Look, I go to Nigeria all the time, right? I have business with a lot of women on the Lagos Island market. Those Alajas when they there, those Igbo women that own there. I hope you guys don't think those women are easy, submissive women, because some of those women are harder than even the Nigerian women here in America. I just want us to, be aware of that. Like, let's not deceive ourselves as if women back home in Nigeria are just sitting down there, crossing their fingers. If Nigerian woman vex for you, when she pour you hot soup, you go know how far. So let's not deceive ourselves. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Bolaji, can you say something? Then Mike will be the last person.
Thank you for inviting me to this platform. I can't wait to join this platform again next week. I've learned a lot from different people, and yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. We appreciate it. Mike, it's over to you.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, I was listening to. I think you guys. Everybody was making some fantastic point, man. But the only thing I want to maybe see if I can understand is there a difference between traditional role and traditional value? If Enigmatic can answer that, maybe, or is there some kind of distinct difference between those two terms, traditional role and traditional value?
Yeah, there's clear difference. When you look at the traditional role of I said earlier that there are some women who are conflicted. They want husband, but they found themselves in marriage. Some other want marriage, but they found themselves husbands. So they find it difficult to actually juxtapose the level of their confusion. A woman who wants a husband just wants husband. Just give me that husband thing. Give me belle, make her function as a wife and do stuff, but she's not ready for the marriage. Marriage is an all-encompassing factor that, involves that marriage and that husband. It means you have to take care of the home. The taking care of the home is the aspect that has to do with the marriage, right? The husband role is the crown over your head that gives you that pride as a woman, that finally you have an inscription as a missus, as somebody's wife, right? Now, when you're looking at that traditional role of an of a wife and the traditional value, so you can actually be certified in the role of you being a good wife, of maintaining your roles and playing your role completely as a wife, but you may probably have F9, right? Marrying that role with the African value and African culture. African value and African culture that comes to it is, as an African woman living in a Western world, married to a Nigerian man, there are certain things that are expected of you. The way you treat your home, your in-laws, the way you groom your kids. Groom now doesn't mean the negative part, the positive part of it. And how you carry yourself as a true African woman without losing the value and the culture that is embedded in you right from the onset as an African woman. So regardless of where you find yourself, regardless of how top or high you are in the Western world, you still bring yourself down, to the values and to the moral and to traditional culture as expected within the African environment, within the African ecosystem. That even if you are the CEO of a company, that value will be instilled in you, that you will not play your role in a way that you are lording it over your husband, or you are seeing yourself as the alpha male in the house or the alpha woman in the house. So that is the difference that we have from the Indians. That's why you see most of these Indian women in the tech industry, regardless of how high they are within the industry, right? Their husband is still their husband. They still actually play that role, right? In conjunction, using the value system, the Indian value system, traditional value system, to be the intersection between their marriage, the culture, and playing the role as a wife and as a mother at the end of the day. So that's just the difference in it, but they are quite interchangeable sometimes.
But it sounds like you can't separate the value from the roles. Is that what you're saying?
No, you can separate the value from the role, but you must find a way to have there's an intersection between the role and the value. So the role and the value, the intersection between them is you, right, being the major player. So how you play your role without defeating the purposes of having to marry the value and the traditional system into it. Because you see a lot of women, they will play the role very well, but they've been Americanized to the point that they've lost the value and the traditional value system of Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the role can evolve, but the value remain.
The value should be the foundation that will help you to.
Foundation, yeah. That's what I always thought too, and that's why people always a lot of times they mistake me for someone that want to be static, want to keep like that. The role. Because I had several arguments with some guys there. They will say, "Oh, in our culture, the role of a woman is this," and I say, "Dude, when you move to another society, you can't maintain a particular role. You have to evolve that role because that role cannot apply. A role in a village in Africa cannot apply in a city in America. You understand? So you have to somehow evolve the role without dumping the value. The value can remain, can keep the value, but sometimes you have to adapt to a different environment. So the role cannot remain. You can always maintain the value, but that role you can always evolve it. So that's what I think our confusion is. But another thing though, I do think in Africa somehow we just need to define ourselves, because one thing I think, just like I give example of Indians, because the Indians, they kept everything about themselves. They define themselves as Indians. The entire value system is Indian. Now they do come to Western world, and of course they adapt, they evolve their roles and their way of life. I mean their way of doing things, but their entire culture is still, or the entire value system is still based on the Indian value system. Value system. It looks like us for the past 50 years. It looks like we have people that are trying to become more like British or Western or American or something. Because if you look at the way we approach life, the way our outlook on life, in fact, in Nigeria, especially in this more
Mike, hold on a second. Let me ignite your thoughts. Look at this, the British Rishi Sunak, right? The guy in Britain.
Yeah.
You remember the first time he got into office? What was the first thing he did? Do you remember what he did the first time? He went to that office, the Downing Street, and he did some traditional Indian ritual. Yes. So that is it. It never stopped him from playing the role of the prime minister. He's just telling the world that regardless of where I am now, as the number one, so to say, person in the political space of that country, right, I'm playing my role quite well without having to actually abandon my culture and the traditional value system of India. So that is actually to broaden that culture versus role thing and value versus role stuff.
Exactly. But it's kind of like almost like in Nigeria, when we want to adopt maybe modern ideas we learn from maybe the Western world or other world, it looks like we always do this approach of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, meaning that it's either you dump everything African and accept everything Western, or you say one is just better than the other, rather than saying, oh, hold on, all we're doing is just modernizing. We are not really changing. We are not dumping something. So you see that thing in Nigeria, like for example in our schools, where they will say, okay, you can't speak your native language because it's vernacular. You have to eliminate it. You have to, English is the way, not your English is the language of a civilized person, not your language. And why can't your language be a language of a civilized person? Or why can't your just like a recent argument where people are saying, okay, we have to accept traditional religion as the national religion, just like we have Christian and Muslim. But they will say, no, we have to dump traditional religion. We have to accept the foreign religion because that's the way of a civilized person. I'm like, wow, really? And also, I gave an example earlier. When we come to America as well, we look at it as, okay, it's either we dump our way and adopt to the Black American way, or we just remain our way. So I'm like, why can't you just be you? And why do you have to dump yourself? Why do you have to dump your values, your values in the sake of modernizing? Why can't you keep your value as the foundation and then just modernize from there? And whatever you can learn, from others and things like that, you can do that. You can educate yourself without dumping your values, So I think that's where we're getting all confused and twisted in the African society, Oh, why can't you be educated and still have your accent? Do you have to dump your accent and be, so I think these are the real areas where we have to have conversation, Like you can make your value, who you are, your foundation, and evolve from there.
You have to dump your accent in order to be understood. Sometimes that's just how it is.
No, I don't think so. So to adopt someone's accent to be understood, I don't think so.
No, if you have, I'm not sure what your experience is, but a lot of people, when they go into all these Western Hemisphere sort of countries, they speak perfect English, but the tonality, the listening tonality.
Yeah, and it depends on your job as well.
Yeah,
it depends on your job as well.
You can maybe make yourself understood, but you don't have to
modulate your accent in order to be understood.
Sometimes these people are dull too. They are dull. You should know that. If you don't speak the way they speak,
but that's not you dumping it now.
Understand you. They might not understand you. Do you understand? They are dull. So you have to actually speak the way they speak. Before it depends. If you're in healthcare, you will understand people that adopt their accents. So don't bash people with their accent, please. So because you just have to speak like them sometimes. They're dull. It's about IQ.
Maybe I shouldn't use the accent as
Okay, maybe.
Maybe an accent is the wrong this thing I'm trying to use. But for the point I'm trying to make, you don't have to dump your mentality, or maybe should I say your value, meaning like your way of life.
Are you trying to say your way
your
of
good
doing
way of
things?
life?
Yeah. Are you trying to say your way of doing
things? Like, for example, okay, we have value system. Like we have the Yoruba value system, right? That just Yoruba.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Now.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, you're much better.
Can you hear me better now? Am I better now?
Much better.
Okay. So, what defines you as a Yoruba man or Igbo man or a Soko man? You have this your identity that you have for thousands of years, your value, your way. The same thing you can say with other cultures. An Indian person, their values, their way, their outlook on life, that's been their foundation for thousands of years. And you look at other society and pick on a few things and learn and use to polish your own way of life. Yeah, you can do that. But do you have to say because I see something in other society or maybe in the Western world that tend to be more polished than or more better than the way I do something in my society? But does it not mean because you see that and you want to adopt that, it means you have to now dump everything yourself and just create yourself and your African culture, which I see that Africans tend to do. Like even some of us, when we give birth to our children here, we want them to become Americans, just Americans, and we dump everything. We don't teach everything about our value. Okay, if I give birth to a child now, maybe a Nigerian give birth, an Igbo person or Yoruba person give birth to a Yoruba child in America, right? They don't raise that to say, listen, you are a Yoruba child. This is Yoruba value. This is who it is that makes you a Yoruba. This is what it is that makes you a Yoruba man, or this is what it is that makes you an Igbo man. We don't do that. We just say you are an American and figure yourself out. To grow up to say, well, I'm a Black American then, or I'm an American, and that thousands of evolution, it's like it's erased. Person, he doesn't. He just say I'm Yoruba by name.
Mike, you are breaking up quite heavily.
Really?
Mike, you are breaking up.
Oh, maybe because I'm driving. Yeah, I'm driving. Can you hear me better now? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go
Yes,
ahead.
we can hear you.
yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, so these things, I mean, I kind of say it in what we did to ourselves when the and it is also shown in the mentality of our leadership in Nigeria. It's almost like can't really things that we've evolved for thousands of years, like we've dumped it and we're adopting something completely new. And that's not good.
You're really breaking up.
And,
I think
and
it's
that's
because
why
you're driving.
it's not good. Yeah, let's go to somebody else. Go to someone else, I guess.
Okay.
Someone
Does
else.
anybody else have
Yeah, go to
does
someone
anybody else have anything else to say? Because we're getting ready to close the show, and I'll leave it to Ms. Dupsy. And I just want to tell her thank you for the overtime. Mr. Joe, we really appreciate you for coming in, your inputs. Mike, as much as once again, you're always a darling. Thank you. Gas them up. I really like your input, your opinion, and thank you for being respectful. And Mr. Egmatic. Huh?
No, sorry about that. I was driving. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Mr. Egmatic, thank you, sir. You're a man of wisdom. I like hearing your inputs. Now I'm going to hand it over to my boss, Ms. Dupsy. Thank you, ma'am.
Adama,
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Adama, where you from?
I'm from Abia State, but I grew up here.
Wow. Are you in the
Yes.
United States?
Yes, I'm United States. I'm in North Carolina. Yes.
Oh no, North Carolina.
Adama, don't mind him.
You will leave her alone. Face your front.
Don't mind him. Adama is married. Why are you asking for her details? Adama, don't mind them.
Can't I appreciate somebody's voice? She has a beautiful voice.
Hey, sure. You know your mind.
Now, wow. Well, she's my sister. She's my sister. I'm from Anambra State.
Oh, there was that. Yes, Magua. Miss Dulcie, I know I surprised you today with my Yoruba. So you see, I'm just bringing out my bits and pieces about me. So you're bringing it out of me.
Adama, you're such an intelligent.
Adama, I have family from Ebonyi State.
What are those cats? Where's Robert? No, because I don't understand this.
I don't know. Yeah, what on you to I mean, no. Oh, my doctor,
I was shocked. I don't spoke Yoruba like that, though. I was surprised, man.
You pull up on you, oh shit.
Enigmatic.
Oh man.
Mike, we normally say chanting is allowed.
But what about you now, Joel? After 50 years in Yoruba land, you can't even say Bawoni. Look at that.
I don't have to say Bawoni. I know some basic stuff. It's not like I'm not fluent in it. But
you know what one man said, right? One man said she be make I talk her for PG so that Oyibo people don't go here. She say she be doctor. Say my power carry am. I say he no know wetin I be. Say 10 doctors say na small thing I carry them.
Owó rẹ̀ tó pọ̀ nílẹ̀ bí yan.
Be yẹpẹ,
Owó
be
pọ̀
like
nílẹ̀ bí yan rẹ̀.
No, Adama boy is too fine. Adama boy is too fine.
If you be medical doctor, but we will be multiple academic doctors. Come put
Okay.
Enigmatic. You know, all these doctors, they like bad boys too. Responsible bad boys.
So you know, say she be Abia person, ba, and you na Anambra person.
Anambra.
Right? So she go like cross the river Niger. You know,
come for sighting. You know, they don't get this for that side.
She go see the every day. They say hello unde one at a time to my Ebonyi people there. She get. So and you as today, you know, you be Igbo man. So she want varieties. Variety is the spice of life.
It's the spice of life. Adama, anytime you think variety, think me.
No problem, sir. I will always think about you. I will. You and Enigmatic, I will always think about you. Even Mike too. Mike, I like traditional men too. I love them all.
Wait, hold on. Can I say something? This is some bias, right? This is why I complain on these Nigerian platforms. You guys said I was rude, I hate women, but you see these men now pushing.
Don't mind them.
It's okay, but when it's gas them up, turn, you guys come for me. It's okay.
No,
I get it. It's cool.
You have two women already.
I didn't say. Madam, I didn't say I want. No, I cannot. Listen, I can't afford the Igbo bride price. It's too high. But what I'm saying is, when gas them up was saying it was terrible. I hate women. But when these other guys say it, it's okay. This is bias. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just laughing at them. We value and appreciate our sister. That's it. We value and appreciate our sister. We love our sister.
Can't you appreciate your sister again? Can't you appreciate your sister again?
Can't you appreciate
Do you have a dowry? Do you have a dowry? If you don't have Igbo women, their dowry is high. So if you don't have a dowry, don't appreciate that.
Okay, you can only be scared when you are not grounded as a man. I'm telling you. You know what I thought.
Our dowry, know the high, you. Don't get it. Our dowry, know the high.
When the people buy and say money plenty like money na water, this one na sand.
Hey!
Well, listen. If money is sad, my challenge to you is put some guys on this platform and help them get that sand too. Me, I'm okay, but help some guys get that sand. That's my challenge, and that was my earlier point that we Nigeria, we know they try for ourselves. If we try and we build ourselves, we build our villages, our women will come back here.
But guys, I want to say something to you.
Adama time it is. Forget, we will discuss business better. We discuss business better.
I want to say something to you that you said something that was so important about Kaizo channel. And that's one thing I know Mike too probably know Kaizo. You said something, man, the cuss words that I hear from that channel, oh my God, you guys have got to tone it down. As black men speaking the way they do, I am shocked.
Well, you know why? It's because Kaizo likes Oyibo call it chicanery. He likes drama because it sells. Kaizo's like P.T. Barnum. He says no publicity bad publicity is good publicity. That's Kaizo's philosophy. And I say that's good. You can raise your channel that way, but let's build something. Like, for example, I've gotten on his platform. I've told people how to build business credit in the United States. Easy. Go open up register your company, zenbusiness.com. I'll even tell you guys, if you're in the US, some of you know, open your own business, zenbusiness.com. Once again, this is not a platform giving financial advice. Talk to your attorneys and your financial advisor, but go to zenbusiness.com, start your LLC, open up your business bank account. Once you do that, you register with Dun & Bradstreet, you get your Paydex score, you start getting your business credit, and you build it. I've been telling guys to do this free. I don't charge anybody anything because I want us to really have the money. Our biggest problem as Africans is we don't have money. If we all have Obi Kubana money, which Nigerian woman no go cook for you, clean your feet, you'll be enjoying. But because money is scarce, we're all dog-eat-dog world. That's why stuff is messed up. So that's my challenge to all of us.
Are you in the United States?
Yeah, I'm in the US.
Oh, okay. You say the U.S. Okay, okay. You know what? You know what you're gonna do? Just give me your number. Give me your number. Or if you
I'll put
offline
my email in the back chat. Yeah, I'll put my email in the back chat.
in the back chat. Okay, yeah, better. I will. We'll contact. Let's see if I see it.
Yeah, Gassima, what you said is so true. A lot of our people are so financially illiterate. And not just that, our kids, we don't teach our kids about money. It's like money, we don't talk, what you said is a very deep, I can have a whole topic on it another day. What you said is so true. But now that you've familiarized yourself with coming to Miss Doopsy show, maybe one day we get to meet both of your wives.
Miss Doopsy is my sweetheart. Listen, Miss Doopsy is the typical, like I said, that's what I was saying. When Nigerian, I don't understand everybody saying Nigerian women are in the culture. When I go to negotiate pricing with those women in what do you call it, in Lagos Island, man, those women will cut your throat. And they're married, they're largers, they're this, but they're not sweet, innocent, fainting women. Those women are gangster. You understand? So I don't know where we got this notion that African women were these weak. They only submitted to us and served us because there was benefit there for them. They saw the bigger picture that when you work with your man, the village will be great again. Ever since we saw the Oyibos, our male leaders went against our traditions, sold our people out, and we're still doing it to this day. So that's why African women, I don't blame them. They say, why will I, when I can just run to US, get a nursing degree, or run to UK, become a nurse, and live with this thing, with African man, that I'm not going to get any benefit from. But if they see that we're benefiting, like the sister said on Kaizo's platform, we're there just insulting each other. Oh, your mother, you're a dusty this, you're this. We're wasting our time. Let's build something so the women can come. At least the Indian, look at Tata. We can laugh at Tata as his car coming, but he's selling in India. How many of us will buy Innocent? Our dream is to drive a Bugatti in that stupid Nigeria. Is to drive a Ferrari in that stupid. No one has a dream to drive an Innocent in Nigeria. Why? So this is
because I think part of the problem is a lot of us are not realistic. We always tend to aim for something that doesn't make sense, and there's this thing about show off. I don't know why Africans are so show off is like a big thing for them. Show off is like this person, you hear this person did this person wants to outdo this person. I don't know why we are like that. I don't know if it's
because let me tell you what it is. It's a very simple thing. When we encounter the European, look, there's a great article we can read. It's called What the Africans Got for Their Slaves. You have to think about, do you know, I'll say this, do you know that cowries, there's only one species of cowrie that's native to West Africa? They imported cowries by the trillions into West Africa. They monetized our societies. The Arochukus were busy selling Igbos. The Oyos were busy selling Yorubas. Ask ourselves, how did we get to that point? Because instead of us to reverse engineer the technology that we saw, we wore their top hats, we took their umbrellas, we use these things as conspicuous goods in economics. That's what they'll call it. So it's this mentality in America, they say, I'm stunting on you. You see a guy will go to the club and say, yeah, I'm popping bottle on those bitch ass niggas. You're broke, you're this, you're this. That's what we were doing when we first encountered the Europeans. Mind you, at the same time, when the Chinese emperor saw what Marco Polo had to bring to him, he said, this is nice, but I'm not impressed. In that same Marco Polo, he's an Italian. If you go to Italy now, they eat so-called linguine, pasta. The noodles come from China. The tomato comes from South America. So is that really their food? You see what I'm saying? So we are African leaders, particularly men, we were not seriously looking at the future to say, look, these people are coming. Go and read how they did Jaja of Opobo. Go and read the letters that the kings of Angola, after they all embraced their religion, the European never gave them any technology to build their societies. So we Africans, we have to really sit back and say, look, especially us men, and I'm a man activist, I'm a male activist first and foremost, but I can acknowledge that we're failing in that regard. How are we going to make our villages great again? Our villages used to be places that you can replenish. Those days, my grandfather would say when he went to the village and came back to Lagos, he came back with plenty. Now, nobody wants to go to village again. Village is a burial ground. It's only when you want to bury somebody. They say, there's Winshow, they'll kill me. The enemies, they're this, there's this. But go to China. There are villages, they're building factories there. Why are we not building at least eco-friendly factories in our villages? Why are we not fighting for that? You understand? If we are building, our women
does
will
it mean
come.
that does it mean that if you marry two women, you have more wisdom?
Who is saying this now? Who is talking like this? Why must we fight? Why? And I'm not Sabi.
I
am trying to tap from your wisdom. I'm trying to tap from your wisdom. So I'm asking. It's only a question.
He
wants to learn his Soko wisdom now.
Exactly.
I want to learn Soko wisdom. Abiola Bravo, yo. Me and you that same border.
See, my brother. Let me tell you. When I was growing up,
can you wait? We just got a guest that came in, Mr. Triumph. Can you please welcome to the show? Can you unmute? What do you have to contribute? Sir, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. You can go ahead and speak now, but we can't hear you. Hello?
Adama, let's go ahead. You can call somebody else. Go ahead.
Mr. Joe, you had a question for Gas Them Up, so go ahead.
Yeah, no, Gas Them Up. I was only asking if marrying more, from experience, just tapping from your knowledge, if marrying more women means more wisdom, so that some of us will start, thinking differently. It's just a question.
No. See, I don't know if he'll give you more wisdom, but you're an Igbo man. There was one of the guys that I grew up with, Mr. Philip. I'll never forget. May he rest in peace. An Igbo man. He had two wives. One of his wives was actually a nurse there in Lagos. That was the place that I lived in Udia Papa there. The guy's wife was a nurse, and the other wife was a school teacher. So it's not whether it's okay. Look, it's about if you can handle it. I tell people all the time, our ancestors, our men, what is a side chick? That's even an insult to a woman. A side chick, what does that mean? No, if you like her, bring her home.
What's the point of having two wives, though? Do you have them both in the same? I imagine you don't have them both in the same homestead.
Okay, so once again, I answered this already. One man,
unnecessary heavy lifting.
One man, I answered this already. I said it again. That even in the villages in those days, you have your own place that you stay. Your first wife will have her place. Your second wife will have her place. You don't put two women. You don't put if you are, I believe you're a science person. You cannot put two combustible elements in the same beaker. You have an explosion on your hands. So anybody saying you put them in the same place, that doesn't make sense. The only reason why we saw that growing up is because most of us were in the city, and it's very difficult to afford that in the city. So my thing is don't get tied down.
That's not my main question.
Yeah, but that
wasn't the main question. My main question is why even do it in the first instance? What purpose does it serve to have two women?
So let me put it like this. When I die, see, I believe different things. When I die, I want my ancestors to look at me and say, yes, our son, you did well, you tried. They will recognize me. They say you did what we did. You didn't just because Bill Gates brought me Macintosh doesn't. Microsoft doesn't mean I have to change who I am. Like the gentleman Mike was saying about culture and these things. The guy gave the example in Britain when the guy became prime minister or whatever. First thing he did was an Indian ceremony. So just because we're in the modern world doesn't mean that you cannot have polygamy. In Utah, in America, you see white men who marry 4 or 5 wives. In Utah, in America. So let's not act as if people say, hey, it's a problem. No, it's your own women, not you personally, but it's you that is allowing your women to be a problem. My women are not a headache. My women are productive. They have things to do. They're serious. They're professionals. I'm not going to be with a woman that is just sitting down there eating moi moi, shouting, where are you? That is not a woman for me. You understand? So the first thing I will tell you is elevate your women. You, one man, you can have a lawyer and you can have a doctor and you can marry both of them if you are telling them the truth. And if they like you, if they love you, if they respect you, if they know what you're saying is a thing of wisdom. If they know that you tell them A and this A you tell them, they can die by it because they know you're not going to lead them astray. But if you don't put that kind of confidence in your woman, there's no, my brother, there's no money, there's no sex or whatever that you make that will force a woman to enter polygamy with you. It's her belief in you. So that's my response to you. Be a man
right,
that a
guys.
woman can believe in and you have it.
And sorry, please, I'll be leaving you guys. It's been a pleasure talking to all of you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And Dupsy, keep doing your good job. And Adama, I hope we can talk more some other time. Okay. Thank you guys, and God bless you all.
Joel, you can't talk more.
Joel,
You can't talk more.
Go your own way. They go your way.
You go your way. Go and stay with your wife. Don't talk to Adama. It's a lie.
Dupsy, mind. You see, what do they keep people for this life? That if they know they mind their business, I day like this, God, they talk to. And they talk to the person. They talk to Adama.
I won't mind my business, Joel. You can't talk to my sister.
Adama no complain. Adama no complain.
I don't complain.
Adama, tell him to have your dowry ready.
I'm complaining on my sister's behalf.
No problem, sir. So I think Joel can afford my dowry. Why not?
Hey,
now. He looks like he's capable now.
Miss Dupsy, Adama,
I don't find enough.
She said you can afford the dowry.
I don't go agree when you marry Joel. I don't go.
No, the only thing I request is that Mike will be present. Mike will be present with his traditional people, so that whatever Joel is saying, Mike will make sure everything is sealed traditionally.
I tell you.
What if you two you get some small benefit?
Yeah, I have to get my share, but I won't allow. I will give my sister to enigmatic.
Dupsy, Zukwanike.
Life is good. We give him more money. Gas them up. Life is good. We give him more money.
Make Joel no gas you up. Away from them, man. Nothing they happen. Just
away from them, man.
Just relax. So everybody, thanks for this. I think this is the first time I'm joining this weekend session. But
me too.
And you guys came in because of Adama's voice. You both of you. Life is good.
No, actually,
Adama, they are here because of you. Don't mind.
And you have a hear woman voice. They go rush on.
Don't mind them. They don't come to this program.
If that's the case, why were they complaining about Nigerian women and this thing and this thing? Because last week, like I said, nothing goes sweet past Nigerian woman now. Last, everybody go all that thing.
Adama, I sabi cook rice. I sabi cook all those kind of things. I mean, I think about some tradition. Come on.
Adama, I can make very good okpa and ofe.
Adama, you are the village Jew. Yeah, the village crowd. Everybody's competing for you, Adama. Who will you choose?
Mike is competing silently. Not Mike. Mike is competing silently. Mike is a pretender. He won't say it out loud.
Adama, everybody, have a nice week ahead of you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate you all.
Adama, go ahead. Continue.
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Dupsy. This has been so much fun today, interacting. We come here to learn from one another and we have an open mind, I really appreciate this platform. One man, I went there on Friday and Topper was telling me that inviting me to Mike's section. So I want to ask Mike personally, what time do you have your section? Because I'd like to come in one day and chat up.
Are you talking about when I take over from one man? That's usually right. One man, is that the session you're talking about, or are you talking about the
Yeah, I heard you come over and Topper was telling me how late your section are. So I'm like, I need to come in and listen to Mike.
There there's actually no time frame. It's more usually like after one man ends the show, then I take over, and then they have my session. But it's not like particular time or days. Or I mean, it's a particular. It's not a particular day like Doopsy where she picks Sundays and stuff like that. It's just once like we had one last night, I think. So usually right after one man show.
Okay, thank
But
you for
one
telling
man
me that.
actually he wants me to actually have one session on the weekend, kind of like that. But
Well,
I'm
you need
still
to think
thinking about
about
that.
it. Yeah, you need to
Yeah,
think about it
I
because
haven't.
that's.
Yeah,
Thank you so
I
much.
haven't
It
made.
was
I haven't
nice
made up my
talking to
mind.
you, Ms. Thank you, Ms.
All right.
Doopsy. I'm done.
Adama, thank you so much. You have caused a real wahala here. Those guys, they don't come for my show. They came in just
Are you
because of you.
serious?
I'm telling you, Jewel doesn't even like me. So he doesn't even come for my show at all. I was surprised when I saw him. And Enigmatic is my brother, but he doesn't come for my show.
Wow.
So I was surprised to see both of them. And so they came in. Your voice is so sweet and you're such an intelligent lady. I really appreciate you coming here to be my co-host all the time. You and
Thank
Chioma,
you so
my
much.
darling.
Thank you.
I
We
don't know
really
what
missed
happened to
Chioma today.
Chioma.
We really
Yes,
missed Chioma.
seriously.
And I think one man know what he did because Chioma was not happy the way one man was kind of telling her on the chat. Chioma doesn't take nonsense from anybody at the chat. Yeah, so I just want to tell her if she's listening, Chioma, we love you. Don't take this thing seriously. Ignore these people. I just look at this as therapy. I enjoy it. So
we love you so much. I'm going to talk to one man behind the show because I don't understand how he can talk to my baby like that. So Chioma, please, I'm so sorry.
I know this Chairman. That's true. I don't even see on the comment section anymore.
No, we miss her.
One man don't start. You only stood up to Chairman, man, because she's been bullying one man forever.
Apologize.
No. One man had to stand up to Chairman, man. Chairman's been bullying one man for so long. I have to be defending one man. Like, this girl, man. What are you?
No, Chioma is just having fun. You guys should know that. Chioma is not.
Yeah, I know.
She's just having fun. That's okay.
Mr. Triumph, do you have something to say?
I don't know why Mr. Triumph is not talking. Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm
Triumph to
speak
French. Speak French.
No, I don't have to speak French today. I don't have to speak French today. So I'm please happy to see you, Doopsy, but and Madame Adama 82, and I just say thank you, but the person I really want to talk with is gas them up. He said so many things that I question. Understand? But I don't know if it's real or he's just trying to make things up as if he's a man.
Ask me any question you want to ask.
He's already finished the show. We have to respect Madame Doopsy. Our show is rounding up, so I just have to calm down. Maybe next time when you're going to be on the show. I respect everybody's time, and she has things to do today.
But she's not telling you that she's ending right away. She's giving you the floor. You can ask.
No,
she's not pushing.
She Madame Doopsy, are you ending up your show? I know you're ending up your show.
She gave you the floor now. You can quickly ask.
Go ahead, Mr. Triumph. Ask us, man.
One thing is that how is he coping with it? I know that for you to have just a one woman gives you headache. You have two. That means you are cooking yourself up. You're going to die before your time. This time and age. For me, I just say that better up just for a man for just a woman.
Is that a question or is this a like?
One thing that I would like to ask you in the backstage. You understand? There's some things I don't accept. I don't agree. I'm a man too.
Okay, so listen. Like I'll quickly just tell you once again. When you guys say this, that one woman is a headache, I don't understand why we say this, because then that means that you're purposely dealing with headaches. I don't have that problem.
No, one thing that women loves when you love them. Understand? The number one need of a woman is always love. How can you share your love for two people?
Where did you get this information from? How do you know that?
No. I will tell with experience. I'm in the game formally. Understand? I'm a big time in it, so I don't like telling people about it. Then I have to convert it to making money today, and it helps me in my communication. So what women really need is not love first. First of all, is respect.
later then the whole things line up. You understand? That's it. When your woman respects you, you're okay. When the woman doesn't respect you, you start being annoyed. That's just the way we do things. You understand?
So
So
I'm trying to understand where's the contention? Where's your bone of contention?
for me, do you have the respect of your woman? That's what I want to know about it.
Yeah, but that's between me and my women, sir. I mean,
Do you at least, if your woman respects you, will know. You will know that you will know. What is that? And again, you cannot leave your woman alone for a long distance relationship. That means that she's cheating on you. Really, I will tell you
yeah,
that.
sir,
I will,
I'm
I will tell you.
confused.
I will tell you that.
Sir,
I will tell you
I'm
that.
going to say something. I'm going to say something, sir. And I think
Okay.
I say this on every platform. The problem I have with human beings is, we go to a dentist. You go to a dentist, I'm sure. We should be worried about where our dentist is putting his fingers in before he puts it in our mouth. And you're worried about whether or not my women respect me. That doesn't put food on your plate. Ask me a serious question, and then let's have a serious conversation. I don't need to make a
That means
moral judgment of you.
respect
You don't have to make a moral judgment of me. You
So
understand?
really, I don't want to argue with you. This is the first time I'm seeing you, and I've been in the background just listening, just commenting. Understand? But we'll talk more early in the future. Understand? We'll talk more early in the future. So that it like me because if for them to any long distance, if your woman is going up and down, going and coming, I'm sorry, she's not your woman.
Yeah, but
She's
sir,
not your
again, why
woman.
are you worried about? Why are you
She's
worried
not
about
your
what I?
woman.
Sir,
No,
here's my problem.
because you're a Nigerian like me. Understand? I would
No,
not like any Nigerian start deceiving ourselves.
sir, let me tell you
Okay, I'm
something. Yeah?
listening. Okay.
I'm not. I don't live my life based on particularly what Nigerian men think, because our country is messed up. So there's no Nigerian man, honestly, that can really
Nigeria is
give
not
me any.
messed up. Just the mindset of
Okay.
people that are different.
Once again, sir, I'll make it very simple for you, sir. If
Thank you.
you want to have a conversation, my email is already in the back chat. You can email me. But
I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't
it's
have
there.
it.
I put
I
it in
don't
the
have it.
back chat. You can check the back chat. But I'll say
It's not
this
there
once again.
now.
Sir.
Okay.
Okay, I'll type it again before I go. Sir, listen. Don't worry about what I do. I have what I have. You can have what you have. You can even do it better than me. So there's no need to. We're not here to compete and do all this other stuff back and forth. I'm not in competition with you. So I want you to be better than me. I want the success. So, but no, I'm just pointing this out. That's something this is what kills us as men. This is a teachable moment. You came on the platform and you say you disagree, brother. Listen, wish my success. I wish you to be more successful than me. I want you to have 30 wives if you can afford them, if you can keep them. I wish you all the best. So do the same
I'm not
for me.
going there.
But
I'm
don't
not
make
going
moral judgment.
there.
It's not good. It's not a good
I'm not
character for us as
judging
men.
you. You understand?
Okay, all right.
That's the
All right.
problem. That's the problem we have in
I'm
Nigeria today.
gonna let you close out the show. I don't think he wanted. I think he just wanted to make a moral judgment. But Ms. Dupsy, it's your show. I'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Gas Them Up and Mr. Triumph. Gas Them Up has told us what he's doing, and we shouldn't come to condemn him. I think a lot of guys are just jealous of you, sincerely. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, I think you guys are just jealous of him.
There should be nothing that we should be jealous, Ms. Dupsy.
No,
It's easy for them now. Why they not they tell women the truth? Why they go jealous? They can do even better than me. Some of them have more money than me. Me are the hustle. You understand? They have. Why do they fear? Why is there to be jealous?
Because he has come here to tell us what he is doing in his own family. He's not saying that you guys should do it. Why are you guys coming to come and attack or talk about what he said?
No, but I never came here to attack him. Understand? One thing is that I just want to know more about him. That's
that's what I'm saying. You guys want to learn because you want to do what he's
No,
doing.
I don't. Why would I want to learn? I learn something positive, Madam Dupsy. Now, I understand, Madam Dupsy. I learn something positive.
That's not positive.
I learn something
I
positive.
don't understand. Okay, let me listen to Prince Daddy. I'm about to close, Prince Daddy. If you have something to say, let me hear before we close, please. Prince Daddy, unmute, yeah.
Okay,
Prince Daddy. Hello, Dupsy. Yeah, hello. I just came into the studio to say hello, really.
Just to hear your sexy voice, right? For us to for we ladies to hear your sexy voice. Okay. Go ahead, Prince Daddy. Yeah.
No, that's right. I just came to say hello. I mean, good job as always. I mean, you're the only show, believe it or not, you're the only show on YouTube that I play. I do the replay and watch the entire session for like 3 hours. I don't do it for other shows, not even one man show. I don't
Bravo,
play one man show.
bravo. Dupsy, bravo. That's a very good remark. Huh?
No,
Keep
he
it up.
knows that I like him. That's why he's just psyching me up.
No,
The guy knows that
No,
I like him.
I'm
As
telling
a
you,
younger
Dupsy.
girl, I would have gone with Prince Daddy. He knows I like him. That's why he's coming to just come on.
No, well, I'm glad you like me, but I'm telling you the truth, man. I watch your show the entire 3 hours. I like no any other show. Do I do that? But because you do a great job, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prince Daddy.
And I hope that the woman will forgive Choma. I hope that the
Yeah.
woman will forgive Choma
No,
and
we're going
bring
to
her
talk
back.
about that
Understand?
at the back.
Because
I'll
of I
talk
see
to them.
that nobody gaslight me this time around. I'm not happy now.
Yeah.
It makes me
No,
fun
this show
also.
is not complete without Chairman's input. So one man has
At
to know
least
that.
bring her
Yeah,
back.
we really miss her. We really miss her.
Yeah. Adama, thank you for chipping in.
Adama, is this really your voice? Or you're just making it up?
Excuse me?
Adama,
Look at the
man,
big fake voice.
you're bullying everybody, Adama.
What?
Is this really
This is
because of
yes. This is
Everybody's
yes.
calling him for only you.
this is my voice.
Okay.
This Mr.
No
Triumph
problem.
asks questions.
No, they know me very well now. If you ask woman and Mr. Mike, they say that I ask a lot of questions.
You
One thing
do,
that I just
actually.
ask questions. I love it. I love asking questions just to know the person you are. I can judge you within 2 minutes. That's it. Understand?
Yeah,
So that's it.
wow.
That was
Okay,
my
thank
job
you,
for
Mr.
my. That's what I
Triumph.
do. Okay.
Thank you,
Madam.
guys. You have
Okay,
to-
Prince Daddy,
Yeah.
I love you. Huh? I saw your message in WhatsApp. Don't worry, because I'm just busy, too busy. I'll have a day with you on phone. Promise, Prince Daddy. Okay, take care.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys. From your perspective, you really spoke well today, and we appreciate you. And I said we the ladies on this platform, I appreciate your perspective today. Thank you so much.
So we're friends now, right? We're good.
We are actually. We're very
Okay.
Yes,
we're good
yes,
now.
we are.
Okay.
Yes, we are. That's them up. Yes,
I'll be
we
on
are.
next week because
Okay,
this
no
Nigerian they
problem.
poured hot soup on me the last time I was here. They poured soup on me. I said, yeah, see my life.
Guys, we are your friends now. We really appreciate you to come in every Sunday to come and give us your intelligent side of things. So we really appreciate your input today, guys. You want to say something?
All right, you
Joe?
ladies, stay beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay, stay beautiful and drink lots of water.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
We do appreciate you a lot, guys. Thank you. Mr. Triumph, you want to say something to us before you go?
Okay, I just want to say, I love your show. It has been. I was behind the scene. I was just laughing, smiling. You guys made my evening great. You understand? Because now it's almost midnight in my time here. So because we the Europeans, you understand? So it was just full of fun. And again, that I was just laughing. Keep it up, Madam Dupsy. I hope you very soon you have a double segment of this and during the week, not only on Sundays.
We try.
Okay, that would be great. At least. I know that you're using it with your convenient time also, but keep it up. Really, for me, I'm proud of you, and that's it. Understand? So keep it up. Keep it up. Understand? Keep it up, sir. Prince Daddy, keep it up. I hope that you have positive returns. Too. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Prince Daddy, unmute. Let's hear your voice before you go. You want to say something good to us before you go?
Well, just not follow with what you call him, Mr. Triumph. Always a great job every Sunday. I mean, always interactive. I enjoy it because I have to go. I'm busy around that time, but anytime I have a chance, I always go back to the replay and listen to the entire show. It's always engaging. Just like you said, keep it up and never stop. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much, Prince Daddy. Thank you for coming today. Adama, my darling. What do you have to say before we close the show today?
I just want to say today's show was lit. I really enjoyed myself. The conversation was deeper. And the men that came in, I just want to tell them thank you so much. Really appreciate you all. And Ms. Dupsy, this couldn't have happened without you. Chioma, if you're listening, we miss you. And I just want you to come back, okay? This show is not complete without you. Love you, Ms. Dupsy. Thank you, woman.
Love you more, darling. Thank you so much. Talk to you again next Sunday. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you. One man, I'm going to fight you if you fight with my darling Chioma. You know, our perspective is always appreciated on this platform. So, Chioma, if you're listening to me, I love you, baby girl, and I'm expecting you next Sunday. Thank you, everyone, for coming to our Sunday sermon. Can I remember everybody? Mike, Enigmatic, Joel, Remy, Gas Them Up, Mr. Triumph, Prince Daddy, who again, if I can't remember your name, I'm very sorry. Take Enigmatic. Thank you, everyone. Woman, can you just bring up the people that gifted us today? Mr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you so much, sir. The chairman of this platform, Mr. Alexander, thank you. Tokpe O, thank you so much for always supporting this platform. Ayo, brother Miolowo, thank you so much, Ayo, for always coming. AB, brother me, how are you today? Thank you, AB, for always coming. AB again, thank you so much, AB. Thank you so much. And that's me saying thanks, everyone, for attending our Sunday sermon. Adama, thank you so much for your support, my beautiful sister. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Thank you so much. And the people in the comment section, thank you so much for always coming to support us. Thank you always for coming. And woman, I've got nothing but love for you, boss. You know that. Thank you, everyone. God bless.